Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
We are the fastest growing economy. We have the potential to become a superpower. Last year, the economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. No longer on the fence anymore. A new India is empowering a paradigm shift. The mission now is global dominance.
Tragic accident that had taken place in Nashik, that at least 11 passengers as of now have lost their lives.
Fire that has been reported on 12th floor of ground plus 12th floor residential building in Chembur.
The Air Force is celebrating the 90th IFJ.
Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, set to unveil a slew of projects as the race to Gujarat has now begun. Aam Aadmi Party leader stokes a fresh row, insults Prime Minister Modi, calls him neat. Shinde versus Uddhav for Bala Sahib's legacy. Shinde faction to submit a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Forces intensify their crackdown on terror. 2 terrorists are gunned down in Anantnag. Bengal's leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, writes to Amit Shah and the governor, seeks deployment of central forces in the state. Russian President Vladimir Putin is to chair his Security Council meeting. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin, in fact, with a news of an encounter that's coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Forces, of course, are continuing their crackdown on terror. 2 terrorists have been gunned down in Anantnag. This encounter began a while ago, and we are learning that the Jammu and Kashmir police have now begun conducting search operations in the area. Further details are awaited. We are given to understand that this is being seen as a successful operation, as it was a fierce encounter that was underway in Anantnag. News just coming in that at least 2 terrorists have been gunned down. Zeenat on the phone line with us. Zeenat, good morning. Tell us more, please.
Good morning, Nupur. Yes, it's a success for the forces in South Kashmir's Anantnag, which is some 50 kilometers from Srinagar, where the encounter is still underway. As of now, 2 terrorists have been gunned down by the joint forces in Anantnag, but what we're picking from sources is that 1 more terrorist is holed up. Jammu and Kashmir police received input about the presence of terrorists in Tangpa area of Anantnag. The Caste was launched along with the joint forces, and the hiding terrorists fired upon the security forces when they zeroed near the suspected spot. As the visuals that we are beaming are near the encounter spot, where you can see the deployment, the reinforcement that was rushed, and also the outer cordon is intact. 2 dead bodies along with arms and ammunition have been recovered from the Anantnag operation, which still continues. Gunshots can be heard very clearly, as picking from the sources that 1 more terrorist is holed up, because there was an input about the presence of 3 terrorists in a particular village in Anantnag. That is why the Caste was launched, and as of now, the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army were able to retrieve the 2 dead bodies of the terrorists, although they have not been identified yet. But yes, arms and ammunition too have been recovered from the site, and the encounter continues.
All right, Zeenat, our Kashmir Bureau Chief, joining us on that. Thank you very much for that information. So as Zeenat was pointing out, at least 2 bodies have been recovered, and there's been a large amount of ammunition that's also been recovered from the encounter site in Anantnag. Now, 2 days after a video clip surfaced of him attending a religious conversion event in Delhi, the Delhi Social Welfare Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned.
Brahma, Vishnu और महेश को
After the furor over a conversion event in the national capital on Friday, which was attended by AAP Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam,
मैं ब्रह्मा विष्णु और महेश को कभी ईश्वर नहीं मानूंगा और ना ही उनकी पूजा करूंगा। मैं राम और कृष्ण को ईश्वर नहीं मानूंगा और ना ही उनकी कभी पूजा करूंगा। मैं गौरी गणपति आदि हिंदू धर्म के किसी भी देवी देवताओं को नहीं मानूंगा और ना ही उनकी पूजा करूंगा। ईश्वर ने अवतार लिया, इस पर मेरा विश्वास नहीं है। मैं ऐसा कभी नहीं मानूंगा कि तथागत बुद्ध विष्णु के अवतार है। ऐसे प्रचार को मैं पागलपन और झूठा प्रचार समझता हूँ। मैं श्राद्ध पक्ष कभी नहीं करूंगा और ना ही कभी पिंडदान करूंगा। मैं बुद्ध धर्म के विरुद्ध कभी कोई बात नहीं करूंगा। मैं कोई भी क्रियाकर्म ब्राह्मणों के हाथों से नहीं करवाऊंगा।
now the Arvind Kejriwal minister has resigned.
जिस मुद्दे पर अरविंद केजरीवाल और मेरी पार्टी का कोई लेना देना नहीं है, और दीक्षा समारोह की पूरी 2.5 घंटे की वीडियो लाइव है, कोई भी देख ले, एक शब्द किसी भी धर्म के खिलाफ नहीं बोला, किसी की आस्था को ठेस पहुंचाने की बात नहीं की। और वो जो कह रहे हैं कि गालियां दी, एक शब्द दिखा दो, पूरी रिकॉर्डिंग है, लाइव चला है वो तो वो जो जिस तरह दुष्प्रचार कर रहे हैं और मेरी पार्टी को बदनाम करने की कोशिश कर रही, इससे मैं हाथ हूँ।
Gautam was holding the portfolios of Social Welfare, SC and ST Cooperative, Gurudwara Elections and Women and Child Development in the Arvind Kejriwal-led Delhi government. Gautam found himself in the middle of a controversy on Friday after a video went viral, showing him attending the event when hundreds take pledge to convert to Buddhism and not consider Hindu deities as gods. The BJP took objection to his presence in the conversion event, alleging both Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and his minister insulted Hinduism. Though Kejriwal stayed silent on the whole issue, the furor forced the minister to tender his resignation. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, days after the gangster Deepak Tinnu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from the Mumbai airport. The Punjab Director General of Police Gaurav Yadav said a team of the anti-gangster task force had nabbed Tinnu's accomplice, who was trying to head to the Maldives. She was with Tinnu when he escaped from police custody. The DGP further said that efforts are on to nab the gangster. Punjab police also arrested a woman accomplice of the gangster. Amandeep is reporting on this. Is more details. Yes, Amandeep, good morning. Tell us more of what happened. Is there other fears that at least Tinnu could have left the country now?
Well, absolutely. This theory cannot be ruled out by the Punjab police. And in fact, the woman accomplice of gangster Tinnu was arrested from Mumbai. She has all set her plans to move to the Maldives for the further enjoyment. And in fact, she has been nabbed on the edge. And even further, the police have produced him late night before the duty magistrate and in fact got the remand of further 5 days. And 5 days of interrogation will reveal that how this woman accomplice made the plans and execute the plans to escape gangster Tinnu and who all are involved into this entire conspiracy. Just because Nupur, one cop has also already been suspended and dismissed from the duties as alleged involvement into this entire escaping of a gangster. And in fact, now the police is sensing that there are certain chains who are actually involved in this network who are trying to escape several gangsters from the Punjab from the custody of the police as well. And even they are also smelling out several police officers are also involved into this. And even this girl knows inside out details of everything from gangster team to the other conspiracies that are being hatched to flee the gangsters from the police custody. So 5 days are more important. And in fact, this girl might be knowing the present location of gangster Tinnu and even helped Punjab police to nab her again. Just because this is a major threat, Nupur, family members of Sidhu Moosewala are repeatedly getting threats from the several social media accounts, and releasing a gangster from the police custody is a very major concern of the Punjab police.
All right.
Yes.
Amandeep bringing us more details on this. Thank you very much for joining us. So as Amandeep is pointing out, there are now fears that the gangster who was involved allegedly in Sidhu Moosewala's murder could have escaped the country. Now, following the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat's comment on the caste system, he recently addressed the people of the Valmiki Samaj in Kanpur. He's on a 2-day visit during which he spoke about the Valmiki Ramayana. Here's more.
After the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat said that the caste system has no relevance,
विषमता नव्हती वगैरे वगैरे हे सगळं ठीक आहे. पण आज जर कोणी विचारलं की वर्ण आणि जातींबद्दल काय, तर समाजाचा विचार करणाऱ्या प्रत्येकाला हेच उत्तर द्यावं लागेल आणि हेच उत्तर त्यांनी दिलं पाहिजे, तरच तो समाजाच्या हिताचा विचार करतो. की तो एक भूतकाळ आहे, तो विसरून जा. एव्हरीथिंग दॅट कॉजेस डिस्क्रिमिनेशन शुड गो आउट लॉक, स्टॉक अँड बॅरल.
RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat reached Kanpur to attend the first Swar Sangam Ghosh camp of North India. Bhagwat was on a 2-day visit and addressed the people of Valmiki Samaj at Nana Rao Park. During the speech, Bhagwat hailed Valmiki Ramayana.
लायक बनना यानी कैसे बनना? वाल्मीकि रामायण पढ़ो. श्री राम का चरित्र जिया है. वाल्मीकि जी ने उनके अनुकरणीय गुणों का पूर्ण वर्णन किया है. सारा सार विचार करके सारी बातें रखी. भगवान वाल्मीकि जी हमारे लिए, संपूर्ण हिंदू समाज के लिए, मैं कहता हूं दुनिया में जिस मनुष्य को मानव बनना है उसके लिए महत्वपूर्ण है.
A heavy deployment of police force was made in the city ahead of Bhagwat's visit. Valmiki Jayanti is observed on October 9 every year. The day marks the birth anniversary of Maharishi Valmiki, who is credited with writing the original Ramayana during the lifetime of Lord Ram. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also extended greetings on the occasion. The celebrations marked the streets of the nation. The Uttar Pradesh government will celebrate the birth anniversary of sage Valmiki in a grand manner across the state. Earlier, the officials informed that various events have been planned for celebrations in Uttar Pradesh, including the continuous recital of the Ramayana at all the temples of Lord Rama and Hanuman, as well as at all the places associated with epic, along with the lighting of lamps or Deepdan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he's all set to launch a slew of projects worth over 14,000 crore rupees. The Prime Minister will also address gatherings ahead of the State Assembly elections that are due for later this year. West Bengal's leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the West Bengal governor demanding an urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of Mominpur violence. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Gujarat visit, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has sparked a fresh controversy in a viral video. He can be seen using derogatory language against the Prime Minister. This triggered a major political storm between the BJP and the AAP. The Election Commission has frozen the Shiv Sena's bow and arrow symbol. The fight for the Sena symbol, however, continues to intensify. After a day of hectic parleys, Shinde's faction has been asked to submit a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both the countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke about Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
Minister Wong said we've had really a very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after the gangster Deepak Thinnu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport. Days after the religious conversion tape sparked a row, the Delhi minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party, sparking big political fight over the video. In a tragic accident, a building collapsed near Lahori Gate in the national capital. The incident claimed the life of a 4-year-old and also left at least 10 people injured. Meanwhile, all the injured have been shifted to hospital for immediate medical treatment.
इसमें एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर, एक मेज़नाइन फ्लोर और एक फर्स्ट फ्लोर, तो 2 मंजिला इमारत हम कह सकते हैं। तो इस इमारत में बारिश की वजह से पुरानी बिल्डिंग थी, काफ़ी पुरानी थी। आई कैन नॉट असर्टन कितनी पुरानी है, उसका जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी ख़राब हो गई, बिल्डिंग गिर गई। इसमें कई लोगों को चोट आई है। 10 लोग इसमें LNJP में हमने एडमिट किए हैं। उसमें से वन पर्सन इज़ ब्रॉट डेड। 2 फेटल हो गया। एक बच्ची है 4 साल की खुशी, तो उसकी इसमें जान चली गई है। अभी हम लोगों का रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। NDRF की टीम्स 5 टीमें मौके पे हैं और हम लोग उनको पूरा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी मलबा हटाया जाए और अगर कोई और भी अगर हो सकता है दबा हुआ हो तो उसकी हम लोग जान बचा पाए।
Heavy rains lashed over a dozen districts in Uttar Pradesh, including the capital city. At least 9 people lost their lives as the state continued to face heavy downpour. Meanwhile, authorities have ordered schools to remain closed till the 12th of October. Russian President Vladimir Putin will be chairing his Security Council meeting today. The meeting comes at a time when the Russian forces have suffered military losses in Ukraine. Meanwhile, the war between Ukraine and Russia has entered its 229th day and continues to escalate. Now, after the Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat chief Gopal Italia hurled insults at Prime Minister Modi, the National Commission for Women has now taken cognizance of the matter, saying that the abusive and indecent language used by the AAP leader is gender-biased, misogynist and condemnable. The Commission has scheduled a hearing in the matter wherein he is required to appear in person at about 12:30 this afternoon. So the NCW sending a notice to Gopal Italia, who is the Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat chief. The NCW taking cognizance of the matter, saying that abusive and indecent language used by the Aam Aadmi Party leader is gender-biased, misogynist and condemnable. He's been asked to appear before the commission at about 12:30 this afternoon. Priyanka joins us live. She has more details on this. Yes, Priyanka, tell us more about the war of words that has been going on between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party over comments made by Italia.
Well, that's right, Nupur. We have been seeing the kind of war of words that have broken out, and yesterday itself we saw Gopal Italia make those comments as well, and those videos were excessively shared by the BJP as well, talking about how Gopal Italia in fact has been a repeat offender. He has had antecedents as well earlier, because they had shared videos from earlier as well where he had been making several statements that were casteist in nature, and they were also misogynistic in nature. And now we see the latest comments that he has made have also been taken cognizance of by the NCW, and of course he has been summoned by the NCW, and he will have to appear before them at 12:30 p.m. today. It seems unlikely though that he will be moving. He is right now not really responding, and he's refusing to comment on the statements that he had made as well. And now we see that Gopal Italia in fact is also defending the statements as well, and we have seen the kind of demeanor of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders earlier as well, then be it Arvind Kejriwal or then be it Gopal Italia as well, who are sticking by their statements as well, because there is a lot of controversy around in the poll-bound state of Gujarat when it comes to the statements that Gopal Italia had also made, as the BJP has condemned these statements. And this interestingly also comes just on the day when the Prime Minister also made in his speech this statement that he has never been judged by his caste as well. And then sadly we see that Gopal Italia has made these casteist comments which have been taken cognizance of by the NCW, who have also called it misogynistic in nature. And then of course they are going to be looking into this matter. They're going to be taking a statement from Gopal Italia as well. But as of now, the Aam Aadmi Party leader remains silent on the statements that he had made yesterday.
All right, Priyanka bringing us those updates from Ahmedabad. Of course, this war of words come on the day that the Prime Minister is going to be there on a 3-day visit. Thank you for the moment. Now, massive controversy, of course, has erupted with the Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat State President Gopal Italia hurling insults at Prime Minister Modi. And here's the backgrounder on what's happened so far.
Elections, blaming and name-calling is common. But Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat State President has crossed all limits.
मुझे आप सब लोगों से जानना है कि क्या भूतकाल में कभी भी किसी भी बड़ा प्रधान ने ऐसा नौटंकी किया है वोट देने जाने के लिए। ये नीच किस्म का आदमी यहाँ पे रोड शो कर रहा है और दिखा रहा है कि कैसे मैं पूरे देश को सी बना रहा हूँ। सी फॉर समझ लीजिएगा, मैं कैसे इस पूरे भारत देश को सी बना रहा हूँ।
In this 50 seconds video, Aam Aadmi Party leader is clearly heard spewing venom against the Prime Minister. The video has ignited massive outrage.
All limits have been crossed. The Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party chief Gopal Italia has used the most objectionable language for the Prime Minister when he said that the Prime Minister is niche. This is not only an abuse to the Prime Minister and to the position of the Prime Minister and the constitutional position, but is also a casteist slur that is being made at the Prime Minister who comes from the OBC community. This kind of language only reflects the true character, chal, charitra, chehra of the Aam Aadmi Party.
The Prime Minister of the country has been targeted, but Kejriwal is silent, raising questions whether he endorses such crass insults. This isn't the first time that the niche insult has been hurled. In 2014, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra used the word. In 2017, Manishankar Iyer used it for the Prime Minister, repeated it in 2019, and now this Aam Aadmi Party leader. But the insult has always backfired. When Priyanka launched the niche attack, Congress was reduced to 44 seats in 2014. In 2017, when Manishankar Iyer called Prime Minister Modi niche, BJP got back into power for the 7th time. Now with the Aam Aadmi Party leader being the latest in the line, only the voters will give a certain and befitting reply. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at some international news now. North Korea fired 2 short-range ballistic missiles towards its eastern waters on Sunday in the latest of a recent barrage of weapon tests. This comes a day after it warned the redeployment of a US aircraft carrier near the Korean peninsula was inflaming regional tensions. Anti-abortion supporters marched to Mexico City in protest, which has been called in favor of women. The organization claimed that at least 1 million people had attended similar marches in 31 states. It was the second consecutive year that the march in the country's capital had taken place. Brazilian presidential candidate Lula campaigned in Belo Horizonte, a city where he polled behind incumbent Jair Bolsonaro in the first round of the country's election. From the back of a vehicle, he paraded through a massive crowd of supporters. Colombian President Gustavo Petro has toured neighborhoods in San Andres Island that had been impacted by Hurricane Julia. It lashed the island after strengthening from a tropical storm on Saturday. A landslide fueled by flooding and days of torrential rain swept through the municipality in central Venezuela, leaving at least 22 people dead as it damaged mud, rocks and trees through neighborhoods. The official toll has now risen to 22 after the recovery of 20 bodies on Sunday. Now, Taiwan is marking its National Day under the looming shadow of Chinese threats. The Taiwanese president led the celebrations across the island. The celebrations included a military parade.
有着杰出的完美表现，美英女越仪旗队多次荣获我国高中职。
现在是进行曲之王约翰·菲利普·苏萨。
民国中书记各界大会开始。
Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
We are the fastest growing economy. We have the potential to become a superpower. Last year, the economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. No longer on the fence anymore. A new India is empowering a paradigm shift. The mission now is global dominance. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
The world supermarket. The world is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Last year, we were all geared up.
This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower.
Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Breaking news coming in the Morning Express. Boinpalli Abhishek has been arrested by the CBI in the Liquorgate scam. Boinpalli had incorporated Robin Distribution LLP. This is the second arrest made by CBI after Vijay Nair in Liquorgate. Boinpalli had incorporated the company along with Pillai. CBI in its FIR has alleged that Arun Ramchandra Pillai collected bribes from another accused, Samir Mahendru. And
And let's go across to our senior editor, Shavan, for more on this breaking story. Shavan, well, over to you for all the information on this breaking news. Major breakthrough in Liquorgate.
Well, in fact, this is the second big arrest that has been made by the Central Bureau of Investigation. We are being told that Boinpalli Abhishek has been arrested in the Liquorgate. In fact, Boinpalli Abhishek was called in for questioning by the Central Bureau of Investigation in the national capital. This was late last evening is what we are being told. Finally, he has now been placed under arrest. Now, as per the Central Bureau of Investigation, they are basically saying that he has been arrested for his role in the alleged irregularities in framing and implementation of the excise policy. He is likely to be produced before the court today. Now, the connection that is basically emerging at this point in time is the fact that along with another accused in this particular case, Boinpalli Abhishek had basically incorporated a company called Robin Distributions LLP, and this company was incorporated back in July. It was back in July, is what we are being told, where the searches were also being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation along with the Enforcement Directorate. And the company was incorporated on 12th of July 2022. This was along with Arun Ramachandra Pillai. He, along with Boinpalli Abhishek, had incorporated this company, and the address of this Robin Distribution LLP in Sikandrabad is the same of a beauty salon where the searches were carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. So Robin Distilleries and Robin Distribution LLP have the same email ID, that is of Arun Chandra Pillai. Now, if you simply go by the FIR that was registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, Arun Ramachandra Pillai collected the bribes from another accused, Sabir Mahendru. Remember, Sabir Mahendru, who is the managing director of Indo Spirit, has also been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. But they say that Pillai was collecting the money and was passing it on to the other accused. Now, the CBI has filed this case against Manish Sisodia and others, including Pillai, for committing financial irregularities in executing the new liquor policies. Now, what's important to point out here, Rukma, is the fact that this is yet another big arrest. Whether at all there are any political connections, that is not known as yet. But what we can certainly say is that with the focus now basically shifting towards down south, where Enforcement Directorate and the CBI were basically carrying out simultaneous searches, it turns out that this happens to be the big arrest that has now been made from down south in Liquorgate.
So far, Shavan, there are three major names that have emerged now in this entire scam, as also two companies. So what is the procedure to be followed? The allegation is about having taken bribes and passed the bribes on. That's what we understand. That's what the layman understands so far. But what is the procedure now?
Well, as far as the procedure is concerned, it's very simple, Rukman. They're going to be produced before the court. But that's not the focus right now, them being produced in the court. What is important for the Central Bureau of Investigation right now is to basically collect as much details as they can before he's produced in the court, so that at least in the remand they can actually make a mention of the progress that they have made. But what's important to focus right now is that when we're talking about the first big arrest from down south, it's only because, remember, there are political links that have emerged so far. Political parties down south have already rejected the claims that have been made because, remember, the BJP had made some direct allegations against political parties down south. And it turns out that the political party in concern had had essentially rejected the claims that were made by the Bharatiya Janata Party when multiple press conferences were done. Allegations were basically leveled, saying that these political parties were also instrumental in framing the excise policy, and this excise policy was drafted in such a manner that it was only benefiting a section. It was only benefiting the large players, and the smaller players were basically eliminated from the entire process. But what's important to point out here once again is the fact that so far, after of the 15 accused that have been named in the FIR, 2 arrests have been made by the Central Bureau of Investigation and 1 arrest has been made by the Enforcement Directorate. The first big arrest that was made by the Central Bureau of Investigation was that of Vijay Nair. Remember, he is considered to be the communication strategist for the Aam Aadmi Party. And now the CBI has arrested Boinpalli Abhishek, who happens to be, remember, the major link for down south. As far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, they have only made 1 arrest so far, that is of Sameer Mahindru. Sameer Mahindru happens to be connected to a company called Indo Spirits. Remember, this is a company which has also come under the scanner of the CBI as well as the Enforcement Directorate, because they somewhere down the line suspect that both these accused, they were instrumental in drafting this particular excise policy. And the CBI has also made the sensational allegation in its FIR that there are about 3 to 4 people who are considered to be extremely close to the Deputy Chief Minister, Manish Sisodia, who've played a very important role in framing the excise policy, and also the fact that they were the go-to persons for the excise policy, and in fact they were also responsible on passing on the bribes to the bureaucrats.
Right. So bribes to bureaucrats, that's the allegation. And the 3 names that are coming up are Boinpalli Abhishek and as also Arun Ramchandra Pillai and also, the other accused, Vijay Nair in Liquorgate, and Shawan telling us, Shawan, from what we can gather right now, the questioning of the 3 main names by the CBI could lead to disclosures that could actually pin the culprits with the details that could emerge. How cooperative have they been so far?
Well, as far as Boinpalli Abhishek is considered, it turns out that he was called in for questioning by the CBI late last evening, and it was only later that he was placed under arrest when he wasn't really cooperating. But it turns out that there is a political link. There is a political link that is basically emerging, which the CBI is also looking at. But at this point in time, that's all that we can say, because the latest details that I'm also getting in, Rukma, as I'm speaking, is that he is an associate of Arun Ramchandra Pillai, and he co-owns Robin Distribution LLP, and this Robin Distribution LLP has been under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, because during the investigation, they have basically come across a particular company which was basically benefiting from the excise policy, and the money routing was also taking place through this very company, which has now come under the scanner. So there are links that are emerging right now, which is exactly what the CBI, just like a jigsaw puzzle, is now trying to put together. Because with the second big arrest that has been made, what is amply clear, Rukma, is that the ambit of the investigation is only widening. Earlier, for the CBI, it was primarily looking at only at the national capital, not really going beyond that. Unlike the Central Bureau of Investigation, because in the Central Bureau of Investigation, what was important, they were unlike the Enforcement Directorate. The Enforcement Directorate was looking at states like Punjab as well as Telangana. But CBI also, it seems right now, Rukma, is also looking at these angles.
Right, Shawan, well, stay with us. We'll be coming back to you. But joining us now is our correspondent, Aneri Shah. Aneri Shah, third arrest made in the Liquorgate scam. Boinpalli Abhishek has been picked up by the CBI. As Shawan just said, our senior editor, this really widens the ambit of the investigation. It's over to you to give us what information you have regarding this latest arrest.
Well, that's right, Rukma. This is one big arrest which has been made from the south state, where we see that since past few days we have been seeing there are many raids which have been conducted by the CBI and Enforcement Directorate in various locations in the city of Hyderabad and also at various districts in Telangana also. Back then, we had seen how there were raids which were conducted 3 times. Till now, there were raids which were conducted 3 times. But now this one big arrest of Abhishek Boinpalli, which has been done by the CBI. This is one such arrest which has been made from the south state, where we see that he also is one of the accused in the Liquorgate scam. But also not to forget, he has been running a company called Robin Distributions LLP, where we see that this is where we have been seeing that Enforcement Directorate was also looking into various angles of this case. And now we see that first it was only up to Delhi, but then later on the connections went on bigger and bigger, and so now we see that one arrest which has been made of Boinpalli Abhishek by the CBI into this matter is one a big arrest. As we have been seeing, there could be further political links into this matter, and also there could be more arrests in future also, but we are yet to know what exactly is this all about, because Liquorgate scam has been going bigger day by day, and Boinpalli Abhishek, who has now been arrested by the CBI, will have to see what angles they look into, because he is one of the persons who had incorporated Robin Distributions LLP. And also what we have learned is that CBI in its FIR had alleged that Arun Ramchandar Pillai had collected bribes, and also at the same time we see that from another accused, that is Samir Mahendru, Pillai had collected bribes from another accused, Samir Mahendru, who is also one of the main accused in this Liquorgate scam. So definitely this is going to get bigger. There could be a possible political links, but we are yet to get any sort of confirmation on that. But yes, as of now, first information on Republic TV, and a big development where we see that Boinpalli Abhishek has now been arrested.
Well, many thanks, Aneri, and many thanks, Shawan, as well, for your insights, and Aneri for all that information. You keep your eyes on that story. We'll be back with you throughout the day for more. So another big development in the Liquorgate scam.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. No longer on the fence anymore. A new India is empowering a paradigm shift. The mission now is global dominance. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's mission superpower.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission superpower.
The world supermarket. World is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Last year, we were all geared up.
This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network?
Let's take a look at some sports news now. Erik ten Hag, Manchester United head coach, congratulates Cristiano Ronaldo after his 700th club career goal sealed a 2-1 win over Everton for Man United. This lifts the Red Devils up to 5th in the English Premiership table. Barcelona edges Celta Vigo 1-0 for its 7th straight victory in the competition, regaining first place and restoring some confidence going into a decisive Champions League game against Inter Milan. Minnesota United books place in MLS Cup playoffs for the 4th consecutive year after a 2-0 win over Vancouver Whitecaps on Sunday. Frank opened the scoring on 17 minutes before substitute Jonathan Gonzalez wrapped up the points with 13 minutes to go. Minnesota will now play FC Dallas in the knockout stages.
除了刚刚看到举高校非常精彩的演出之外，接下来我们同样也要欢迎来自日本的日华议员恳谈会，也就是日本国会跨党派议员联盟。
Mission superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. No longer on the fence anymore. A new India is empowering a paradigm shift. The mission now is global dominance. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
The world supermarket. The world is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Last year, we were all geared up.
This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower.
Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
We are the fastest growing economy. We have the potential to become a superpower. Last year, the economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story.
More breaking news on Liquorgate with updates coming in. Robin Distribution was a paper company. It has been discovered used to account for the commissions from the liquor firms benefited from the liquor policy in Delhi. Arun Pillai collects the commission and routes it through this firm. And so getting you more updates in Liquorgate, Robin Distribution was a paper company used to account for the commissions from the liquor firms benefited from the liquor policy. Arun Pillai collected the commission and routed it through this firm. That's Robin Distribution. And Boinpalli Abhishek, the latest arrested in the Liquorgate scam, the third arrest in the Liquorgate scam, was partnered with Arun Ramchandra Pillai.
No longer on the fence anymore. A new India is empowering a paradigm shift. The mission now is global dominance. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
The world supermarket. World is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Last year, we were all geared up.
This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower.
Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
We are the fastest growing economy. We have the potential to become a superpower. Last year, the economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story.
Now, news just coming in, of course, is around the big arrest that has been made by the CBI. The CBI, of course, a short while ago arrested Boinpalli Abhishek. He is associated with a company known as Robin Distribution. Not given to understand is that Robin Distribution was just a proxy company that was used to account for the commissions from liquor firms that benefited from the Delhi government's liquor policy. Now, we are given to understand that the CBI essentially has been working around and identifying the modus operandi of how this works. So what we are learning is that Arun Pillai, also the co-owner of Robin Distribution, as well as Boinpalli Abhishek, were both involved in this. Piyush Ori is joining us and he has more details on this. Now, Piyush, give us more details in terms of the modus operandi of how this really worked. We're given to understand that Robin Distribution was just a company that was formed to be able to siphon off the monies.
So yes, that's right. And this comes after the massive raids that were conducted by CBI and Enforcement Directorate in the liquor scam. Now, what we've been told is that this company, known as Robin Distribution, was used for siphoning off the money, and all this firm was used for generating the proceeds of crime and siphoning off. So yes, the arrest in this case by the investigative agencies is very crucial for finding out those people who were involved in the alleged money laundering in the case of Delhi liquor scam, and also those people who were involved in generation of proceeds of crime and then subsequently laundering it to the required people and agencies. So yes, this arrest by the CBI is very crucial. Back to you in the studio.
All right, let's bring in Aneri right now. She's reporting from Hyderabad on this. Aneri, now we're given to understand that this particular arrest, that is of Boinpalli Abhishek, is related to all the raids that the ED as well as the CBI were conducting across Hyderabad. So give us more details in terms of the charges that they face.
Well, that's right, Nupur. In this arrest of Boinpalli Abhishek from Telangana has been one of the crucial ones, because this is not the first time that we have been seeing raids being conducted. Earlier also there were raids multiple raids which were conducted at various locations in connection with the liquor gate scam. And also now this arrest of Boinpalli Abhishek is one of the important ones, because we also see that there could be some political links to this liquor gate scam, where we have been seeing that the enforcement directorate have been looking into various angles into this. Earlier there were raids which were only limited to the national capital, but later on, as the links emerged, we see that there were raids which were conducted here in Hyderabad and at various locations across the state of Telangana also. But now a big development coming in the liquor gate scam, where we see that Boinpalli Abhishek has now been arrested, and also at the same time we have been seeing how he used to run a company called Robin Distributions LLP, which was incorporated by him, and also his partner Ramchandra Pillai is one of the main is also accused in the FIR in this liquor gate scam. So further investigation would reveal that what could be next, because this arrest is one of the crucial ones into this liquor gate scam, where we have been seeing that a firm was used to route the commission, and also how they used to route the money transactions also. All these angles will be definitely probed by the enforcement directorate and also other agencies. But yes, one big arrest in the liquor gate scam, that's the Boinpalli Abhishek. Well, whether there will be a political angle or political link to it also remains to be seen, because there were few allegations which were being made by the Bharatiya Janata Party into this matter. But we also have to wait and watch how and what links emerge into this liquor gate scam.
Oh yes, absolutely. Aneri bringing us those details. Now, Aneri, what we are given to understand essentially is the fact that bribes that were given by people like Sameer Mahindru and others were actually routed through these people and put into a separate company which was known as Robin Distribution. It was a proxy. It existed in name only. And I'm going to go across to Piyush Ori on this one. Piyush, explain to us how this actually worked. So what we understand, preliminary information that we are getting is that the CBI, as part its FIR, says that Arun Ramachandran Pillai actually was the person who was collecting these bribes along with his accomplice, which was Boinpalli Abhishek, and thereafter these bribes were being routed through a company that was known as Robin Distributors. These bribes were essentially given either by distribution companies of liquor or by big liquor companies.
So definitely, Nupur, this comes at the backdrop of the arrests that have been made by CBI and ED in the Delhi liquor scam. These people involved Vijay Nair and also Sameer Mahindru. Now, their interrogation led the investigative agencies to know that how actually the proceeds of crime were generated, and how actually this proceeds of crime then was routed through the company known as Robin Distribution, of which now the arrests have been made. So yes, as Aneri said, that it is now going to be very interesting to watch that what actually now is going to be the future course of action that is going to be taken by the investigative agencies in this Delhi excise liquor scam that continues to grow bigger and continues to explode with each passing day. What you can also understand now is that there are several business partners that are involved. There are several people who have been involved in the money laundering case, in the routing of illegal money, and also now there can be a very serious chance of several politicians also involved. So yes, it is now going to be very interesting to see of how many more can of worms are going to be unearthed with this arrest. So far, what we have been now known is that there have been an arrest of people who are actually involved in the routing of illegal money, who are actually involved in the money laundering. So what is going to be the future of courts of action? It is going to be interesting to watch in the coming days. Yes, back to in the studio.
All right, absolutely. Let me go back to Aneri on this one. Now, Aneri, it's going to be extremely interesting to watch out for whether there are any political connections, because there has been talk of people who were close to the TRS, now, of course, the BRS, who were perhaps involved in this.
That's right, Nupur. There are allegations which have been raised by the BJP into this matter that there could be a political link, but we are yet to get any sort of confirmation. And also, until we get any sort of confirmation, we would wait till that. And also, well, definitely, this is one of the big arrests which has been made by the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI into this matter of Goenpally Abhishek, who is one who had incorporated a company named Robin Distributions LLP, and this company was used to intrude the commission, and also now various angles into this matter will also be looked into.
All right, Aneri as well as Piyush joining us live on this one. Thank you very much for bringing us all those updates. Well, on to Maharashtra now, where Republic TV is getting inside details of Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's key meeting on symbols and a name for the party for his faction. Now, sources have told us that in this meeting, the party's executive body was given complete authority to finalize the party's election symbol and the name of the party. Shinde faction will convey their official version regarding the symbol and the party name by writing a letter to the Election Commission of India. Now, in this meeting, possible symbols to be considered are a mace, a triumph, or a sword. Also, the Shiv Sena, Prabodhankar Thackeray and Shiv Sena Balasaheb Thackeray were the names that were considered. Let's go across to Alisha, who's reporting on this, and she has more details. So, Alisha, good morning, and tell us more in terms of what are we expecting. This, of course, is the Eknath Shinde camp, which is likely to put forward their names and their possible symbols. All right, I think we're having some trouble connecting with Alisha over there. We'll just go back to her in a bit. But what we know so far is that there is an executive body that is going to be meeting to decide on these. Let's quickly listen into a reaction, I think, that we're getting to this.
It were delaying practices so that their symbol should be freeze and that should not come to us. That was their strategy. And they are trying to create a sympathy for them, which is absolutely wrong.
Shiv Sena, Uddhav faction has given the symbol. What is your reaction? Uddhav faction has given the symbol.
That means that they were prepared for this. They have not consulted anybody. 8 o'clock the result came. Morning their letter was ready. Whereas we are the real claimants of bow and arrow, because we are the real Shiv Sena. That we were hurt the most. We have not yet given our letter to the Election Commission, which symbol we want. But our honorable party leader, Eknath Shinde, has called for the meeting of all MLAs, all MPs, all netas, all upanetas, because he consults everybody. We have that democratic pattern within the party, and that's why we are the real Shiv Sena. And tomorrow they will submit whatever is decided in the party.
So what about when you are submitting the symbol?
Maybe tomorrow morning after consulting everybody, Eknathji, because that is mandatory. It is not that we cannot submit, because it is the order given by the Honorable Election Commission, which is binding on everybody. So whatever we think, it is immaterial. We are bound to give another symbol and name of the party. पार्टी इलेक्शन।
किशोरी पेडनेकर ने बयान दिया है जिसमें कहा है कि वो अपनी मां को लेकर आए, उसको मतलब क्या देखेंगे?
देखिए, ये जो लैंग्वेज है वो समस्त जो स्त्री वर्ग है उनके अपमान करने वाली लैंग्वेज है। अगर बाबा साहेब होते तो ये लैंग्वेज वो कभी भी टॉलरेट नहीं करते, और इसीलिए देखिए कि वो माइनॉरिटी में रह गया। सब लोग जिनकी सोच ऐसी है वो माइनॉरिटी में रह गए, और ये एक स्ट्रैटेजी थी उद्धव जी के गुट की कि वो डिले करें ताकि फ्रीज हो जाए, और फ्रीज होने की वजह से उनको सिंपैथी मिले। देखिए, हमने कुछ भी डिले नहीं किया। हर वक्त जब हमें टाइम दिया गया था उस वक्त पे शिंदे साहब ने अपना एफिडेविट दे दिया, सब प्रूफ्स दे दिए, तो हमारे साथ यहाँ से कोई भी पेंडिंग नहीं है। पेंडिंग है तो उनकी तरफ से पेंडिंग है, इसलिए टेम्पररी फ्रीज हो गया है। बाद में तो जिसकी मेजॉरिटी होंगी उनको सिंबल मिल जाएगा। वो रेडी ही थे ना, उनकी स्ट्रैटेजी ही थी, इसलिए उनके पास सब रेडी था, नाम भी रेडी थे। उनको मालूम था कि हम लोग बाबा साहब के विचारों पे चलते हैं, तो उन्होंने लिख दिया शिवसेना बाबा साहब, और दूसरा लिख दिया, और तीसरा लिख दिया। ऐसे नहीं होता है ना, वो तो बाबा साहब के विचारों पे जब चलेंगे तो ही वो बाबा साहब का नाम यूज कर सकते हैं।
And Alicia is now bringing us details from Mumbai on this. Alicia, give us more information in terms of what are the possible symbols as well as the party names that the Eknath Shinde camp is considering now.
Well, Nupur, there was a late night meeting that happened in Varsha Bungalow, which is an official bungalow of a chief minister, where all the ministers, MP, MLAs and the senior Sena leaders from the Shinde camp were present in the meeting. The meeting which lasted for 2 hours at least, where the decision over the symbols, the possibly which has been taken, that is a mace, Trump, and the third one is being read as a squad. So these are the 3 possible symbols that has been considering by Eknath Shinde camp, and that is something going to be put forward before the Election Commission of India, because that's a legal team where they are going to prepare the list of names and the symbols name, because as we heard Deepak Kesarkar, who is a cabinet minister and the spokesperson from the Shinde faction, who clearly mentioned that they don't have an option, because it is something in the ECI has given a clear direction so that they have to choose the symbol, the new symbol, and the name of the party as well for the Andheri East bipole elections. So here when the Uddhav Thackeray itself has made it very clear, and the party name and the symbol that has already been given to the election commission, but now even the decision is some of the taken by Eknath Shinde as well, and the official letter is going to be conveyed to the ECI.
All right, now even as this happens, Alicia, we are told that Uddhav Thackeray has of course chosen his symbol, and there's been a scathing editorial that's come out in the Samna today as well. So tell us more about that as well.
Well, yes, we know that Uddhav camp via Shiv Sena mouthpiece Samna has clearly made an attack on the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, clearly calling him Afzal Khan, who want to destroy Bayasab ideology, Bayasab party is what have been mentioned. But this is something, an attack that we have been seeing since yesterday. Even while addressing the state, where Uddhav Thackeray had clearly made it point out that they are nothing but a four-head Ravan, that they want to destroy the party, and what has been done by the ECI as well is something really not to the constitution, because they are the real Shiv Sena, and even if they were betrayed, they left the party and joined and made it a government in the state of Maharashtra. So they did not consider as the Shiv Sena, because we are the real Shiv Sena. But when it comes to the final decision over the symbol and the party, because this is something, an interim order that has been given by Election Commission, but when it comes to the hearing, when it comes to the party and the symbol, the ECI will only look after the majority, and that is what exactly mentioned even earlier by the ECI when till the time the petition that has reached to the Supreme Court. But earlier, before, the ECI has also cleared it that they are going to look into the majority at a certain point, where Eknath Shinde in his petition that was given to Election Commission clearly mentioned about the majority, that he has the 40 MLAs, 12 MP, also 11 district chief. So that is also there are the primary membership from the Shiv Sena party. So that has all been mentioned in the petition, as well as from the Uddhav Thackeray itself, Well, today is the hearing in the Election Commission, and moreover, the decision over the symbol, what symbol that will be given to Uddhav Thackeray faction and as well as to the Eknath Shinde faction, because right after that, it is something will be the Supreme Court, because we heard from both the faction, which has clearly mentioned that the option that has been given to to Election Commission is something we expect that we get the allotment from the same options of the symbol and the party name. If that doesn't happen, so they will move to the Supreme Court.
All right, Alisha bringing us all the details of both camps of the Shiv Sena. Thank you very much for joining us with all those details. So we are expecting, of course, the Eknath Shinde camp also perhaps to submit their letter today to the Election Commission with their choices. And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he's all set to launch a slew of projects worth about 14,000 crore rupees. Prime Minister will also address gatherings ahead of the state assembly elections that are due later this year. West Bengal's leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the West Bengal governor demanding urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of Mominpur violence. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Gujarat visit, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has sparked a fresh controversy. In a viral video, he has used derogatory language against the Prime Minister. This has triggered a major political storm between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. After the EC froze the Shiv Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very, very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport. Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi parties, sparking big political fight. In a tragic incident, a building collapsed near Lahori Gate in the national capital. The incident claimed the life of a 4-year-old, leaving at least 10 people injured. Meanwhile, all the injured have been shifted to hospital for immediate medical treatment.
इसमें एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर, एक मेज़नाइन फ्लोर और एक फर्स्ट फ्लोर, तो 2 मंजिला इमारत हम कह सकते हैं। तो इस इमारत में बारिश की वजह से पुरानी बिल्डिंग थी, काफ़ी पुरानी थी। आई कैन नॉट असर्टन कितनी पुरानी है, उसका जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी ख़राब हो गई, बिल्डिंग गिर गई। इसमें कई लोगों को चोट आई है, 10 लोग इसमें LNJP में हमने एडमिट किए हैं। उसमें से 1 पर्सन इज़ ब्रॉट डेड, 2 फेटल हो गया। एक बच्ची है 4 साल की खुशी, तो उसकी इसमें जान चली गई है। अभी हम लोगों का रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। NDRF की टीम्स 5 टीमें मौके पे हैं और हम लोग उनको पूरा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी मलबा हटाया जाए और अगर कोई और भी अगर हो सकता है दबा हुआ हो तो उसकी हम लोग जान बचा पाए।
Heavy rains lashed over a dozen districts in Uttar Pradesh, including the capital city. At least 9 people lost their lives as the state continues to face a heavy downpour. Meanwhile, authorities have ordered schools to remain shut till the 12th of October. Russian President Vladimir Putin will be chairing his Security Council meeting today. The meeting comes at a time when Russian forces have suffered military losses in Ukraine. Meanwhile, the war between Ukraine and Russia has now entered its 229th day and continues to escalate. Now, 3 people, including a 4-year-old child, were killed and 4 are still believed to be trapped after the building collapse in Delhi's Lahori Gate. 10 people have been injured in this collapse. The fire department says that they got a call for about the incident at about 7:30 p.m. While it was still raining, fire trucks were rushed to the site of the building collapse in the Old Delhi area. Unfortunately, 3 people have now succumbed to their injuries.
का डेड बॉडी और 9 इंजर्ड जो है पहले निकाले जा सके। उसके बाद हमारी टीम द्वारा जो है 2 और जो है निकाली गई है। 2 बॉडी निकाली गई। 2 बॉडी निकाली गई। अब वो मेडिकल टीम आपको बताएगी कि उसका क्या स्टेटस है। तो और अभी मतलब यहाँ वो मृत्यु थी ना लगभग? नहीं, ये हम लोग नहीं बता सकते ना। ये आपको मेडिकल टीम बताएगी कि क्या है नहीं है। वो यहाँ सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की जो मेडिकल टीम होगी वो आपको क्लियर करेगी। बस हम लोगों का जो काम था वहाँ से एक्सट्रिकेट करना, हम लोगों ने वहाँ से निकाला। क्या और भी कोई बॉडी अंदर है? 2 सस्पेक्टेड थे, 2 तो अभी हो गए हैं और देखते हैं आगे। जब तक पूरा मलबा हट नहीं जाता तब तक कुछ नहीं कहा जाता।
मेरा घर के ऊपर पूरी बिल्डिंग गिरी है आके, उसके अंदर मेरा सारा सामान दब गया। मेरा बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान है, जिसको मैं गरीब आदमी कहाँ से करूँगा। सारा मेरा दरवाजा वगैरह तोड़ दिया, अंदर की सारे मतलब हर चीज टूट गई। जो मूर्ति सूर्ति लगी हुई थी अंदर सब तोड़ दी है। एक मेरा लड़का फंसा था, मैंने किवाड़ तोड़ के परली साइड से निकाल लिया उसको। बिल्डिंग हमारे सामने गिरी है, ये हम कमरे में अंदर थे, ये एकदम धड़ जैसे ऊपर से आके गिरी है।
Well, this collapse was reported last evening at Delhi's Lahori Gate area. 10 people are injured in this accident. Unfortunately, 3 people, including a 4-year-old child, were killed. We are given to understand that authorities are still at the site trying to clear the debris in the area. This is the Lahori Gate area of Old Delhi. Anuj has more details on what's happening. Anuj, we are given to understand that some amount of rescue work is still carrying on, and there are fears that there could be people who are still trapped under the debris.
Well, that's something what we have been told, that the rescue operation is still going on. And what has been reported, that this was reported last evening from the Lahori Gate area of the national capital, where 3 people, including 1 child, have lost their lives in the incident. And more rescue operation is going on at this point in time. And this was the call which was received by the fire department officers, and they received the call at around 7:30 p.m. last evening, and the rescue operation is still going on. But the 4 people, including a child, have lost their life. Still, this has been stated that some people are said to be, they are still the building which has been collapsed, and the rescue operation, as we do understand, is going on. But this is the
All right. So as Anuj is pointing out, of course, 3 people have unfortunately lost their lives in that building collapse. Rescue workers are still going through the debris. Now, Taiwan has marked its National Day under looming shadow of the Chinese threat. The Taiwanese president led celebrations across the island. Celebrations included a military parade. We bring you visuals.
有着杰出的完美表现。美英女越仪旗队多次荣获我国高中职。
现在是进行曲之王约翰·菲利普·苏萨。
民国中书记各界大会开始。
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
The world supermarket. The world is ours for the taking. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Last year, we were all geared up.
This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower.
Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
We are the fastest growing economy. We have the potential to become a superpower. Last year, the economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. No longer on the fence anymore. A new India is empowering a paradigm shift. The mission now is global dominance. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
Tragic accident that had taken place in Nashik, that at least 11 passengers as of now have lost their lives.
Fire that has been reported on 12th floor of ground plus 12th floor residential building in Chembur.
The Air Force is celebrating the 90th IFJ.
morning. Thanks for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Nivedna Prabhu. You're watching Live and Breaking. Let's take a quick look at what's making headlines at 9:30. CBI news tightens. Liquorgate Boinpalli Abhishek is now under arrest. Boinpalli Abhishek arrested in the liquor gate. CBI alleges his partner collected bribes. After a power-packed day 1, Prime Minister Modi set to kick off day 2, inauguration of mega projects lined up. AAP leader stokes fresh row, insults Prime Minister Modi, calls him Neech. Shinde versus Uddhav for Bala Saheb's legacy. Shinde faction to submit symbol option to Election Commission today. Forces intensify crackdown on terror. 2 terrorists gunned down in Anantnag encounter. Breaking news coming in after AAP Gujarat chief Gopal Italia hurled insults at Prime Minister Modi. BJP has now hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that the Aam Aadmi Party must have some control over their language. But such insults won't affect the Prime Minister. Now remember that the Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat chief Gopal Italia had hurled insults at Prime Minister Modi in those particular videos. So now the BJP of course has reacted and has hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that they must have control over the language. But such insults on the other hand will not affect the Prime Minister. We also have a reaction coming in from BJP's Kavinder Gupta. Let's listen into what he had to say.
दो 2014 से लेकर के कांग्रेस के लोग भी इस प्रकार की बातें हमेशा से करते रहे हैं। आज कांग्रेस किस स्थान पर है? प्रधानमंत्री के कद को इस चीज़ से कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन इन लोगों को ज़रूर फ़र्क पड़ेगा जो इस प्रकार की भाषा का प्रयोग करते हैं। राजनीति में भाषा का संयम होना बहुत ज़रूरी है और मुझे लगता है कि इस प्रकार की बात करके उन्होंने वो सभी दलित समाज को या पिछड़े हुए समाज को एक गाली दी है जो इनको आने वाले समय में इनके लिए अच्छा नहीं होगा।
Was BJP's Kavinder Gupta reacting about this entire incident that has panned out. Now remember, Gopal Italia in those particular videos did hurl insults at Prime Minister Modi, now which has of course received flack, but BJP's Kavinder Gupta stating that ultimately it will not affect the Prime Minister but people who are involved in such incidents, who are hurling such kind of statements against the Prime Minister. But for more information on this, we're joined in by Priyanka, principal correspondent, to give us the latest about reactions also coming in. Priyanka, in terms of course, reactions, now the BJP has clearly hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party, stating number one, like BJP's Kavinder Gupta has also mentioned, that ultimately it does not affect the Prime Minister, but also people in question who are doing this. He also hit out at people who've been doing this for years now, despite the political parties where they come from. So what is the latest we have in terms of this particular episode, if you could tell us?
Well, Nivedana, we have seen time and time again that these kind of statements have been made by the opposition leader, then be it the Congress party as well. In 2017, we had the Manishankar Iyer also made the similar comment against the Prime Minister. However, we would like to point out for our viewers that this video, in fact, that has come to light is a little older, about 1 to 2 years old, in fact, where Gopal Italia had made those comments. But we do see that the BJP is raking up this issue once again and sharing those videos and is claiming that, of course, that Gopal Italia has had several antecedents and that this is not the first time that such a video of the Aam Aadmi Party leader has come to light. Because remember, during the time that he had made these videos as well, he was not in the Aam Aadmi Party, and that there was an independent that was going on protest that was going on with respect to the Patidar community. And we do see now that he has once again those videos are being shared by the BJP, and BJP taking cognizance of it and are claiming that this is the language that the Aam Aadmi Party leaders also use for the Prime Minister. And that is why we do see that the Gujarat BJP as well is all set to do a press conference on the same, and is also going to be addressing not just Gopal Italia, but also Ishwaran Gadvi and Kejriwal, and for that matter, Raghav Chadha, who is on his Gujarat visit as well. And we are, of course, seeing how the NCW has also taken cognizance of this, and the NCW has sent him a summons for 13th of October for 12:30 p.m. And before that, he will have to send in his and justifying as to why he was making these statements. Because the NCW has not just called it those are casteist slurs, but also misogynistic in nature as well. And those parts is something that Gopal Italia will have to come out and defend his words that he had said a while ago. And now we are seeing that this is also becoming a central issue for the Gujarat elections that are all set to take place by November.
Thank you, Priyanka, for getting us those details. Of course, on one hand, the BJP has hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party regarding the fact that Gopal Italia did hurl those abuses at Prime Minister Modi. But on the other hand, of course, like Priyanka pointed out, the NCW has also taken cognizance of this matter, and he has been issued a summon, and he will have to appear on October 13th is what we understand. We'll continue to track that particular story. But moving on to other news now, after an action-packed day one, Prime Minister Modi will be seen inaugurating a slew of projects in Bharuch, Ahmedabad and Jamnagar today. Let's take a look at his itinerary.
After an action-packed event in Modhera in Gujarat, which saw the launch of projects worth rupees 3,900 crore, to Modhera being declared as India's first solar-powered village, to offering prayers at the Modeshwari Mata temple, and a beautiful light and sound show at the famous Sun temple. Today, Prime Minister Modi is planning to visit Bharuch, Ahmedabad and Jamnagar. At 11 a.m, Prime Minister Modi will dedicate projects worth rupees 8,000 crore in Amod, in Bharuch, in Gujarat. At around 3:15 p.m, Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate Phase 1 of Modi Shaikshnik Sankul, an educational complex for needy students in Ahmedabad. The project will help provide facilities to students for holistic development. Thereafter, at 5:30 p.m, Prime Minister Modi will dedicate and lay the foundation stone of projects worth rupees 1,460 crore at Jamnagar. These projects relate to irrigation, power, water supply and urban infrastructure.
This is the three-day tour of the Prime Minister that has started yesterday from Modhera, where he had inaugurated several projects and also dedicated to the nation and announced to the world that Modhera is the first village that has been powered by the solar energy and has given 100% cost reduction to the residents and the beneficiaries there in the village in and around Modhera as well. And now we see that the Prime Minister is going towards Bharuch and then of course in Ahmedabad, and also will be spending the night in Jamnagar.
With BJP's popularity standing the test of time, ruling Gujarat since 1995, it's a fight to the finish, with Congress, Aam Aadmi Party and other political parties eyeing a share in Gujarat's electoral pie. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Here are the other stories that we're tracking at this hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he's all set to launch slew of projects worth over rupees 14,000 crore. Now, the PM will also address gatherings ahead of the state assembly polls due later this year. West Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari writes to Union Home Minister Amit Shah and West Bengal governor demanding urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of Manipur violence. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Gujarat visit, AAP leader Gopal Italia sparks fresh stoke. In a viral video, he can be seen using derogatory language against the Prime Minister. This triggered major political storm between BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. After the Election Commission froze Shiv Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol continues to intensify after a day of hectic parleys. Shinde faction to submit symbol option to Election Commission today. We're slipping into a short break right now, but on the other side, CBI news tightens Liquorgate. Boinpalli Abhishek is now under arrest.
Last year, we were all geared up.
This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower.
Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
We are the fastest growing economy. We have the potential to become a superpower. Last year, the economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. No longer on the fence anymore. A new India is empowering a paradigm shift. The mission now is global dominance. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
The world supermarket. The world is ours for the taking. Witness the India.
Samajwadi Party founder Mulayam Singh Yadav dies at 82 in Gurugram's Medanta Hospital. Now, what we're understanding is that the SP patron and former UP Chief Minister was, of course, admitted earlier on August 22nd because he was having health issues as well, but the news coming in is that he has passed away. For more information on this, we're joined by Harsha. Harsha, of course, this is unfortunate news that is coming in. He was, of course, admitted to the ICU as well. His health was in critical condition. But over to you to give us the latest details about what time did he pass away and everything regarding this unfortunate incident that has transpired.
See, exactly. Right now I'm reporting from Medanta, and if you talk about the Medanta, about the doctors and the tweet which has been done by Samajwadi Party and Akhilesh Yadav, it is clear now that the Samajwadi Party veteran and a 3-time CM of UP is now no more, and his political career, if we see the political graph, is larger than the politics we have ever seen, because he became MLA at the age of 28 in the year 1967. We are getting to know that he is no more, and the family members in Medanta will come shortly. We are getting to know that Ram Gopal Yadav and Akhilesh Yadav and Shivpal Yadav are all on their way from the residence towards the Medanta. We are getting to know the details that at around 8:16 a.m. in the morning, Mulayam Singh Yadav took the last breath. His condition was really very critical. He was admitted in Medanta for so long. He was admitted from August till October in Medanta. He had a complaint of BP, oxygen. There was a problem, an infection in lungs and kidney. Initially, he was given dialysis, but when his condition got severe and more critical, he was shifted to the ICU and was given life-saving drugs, being given life-saving drugs. And we also saw that from past few days, there were many leaders who were continuously coming and visiting Samajwadi Party veteran Mulayam Singh Yadav. We saw how Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh visited. We saw the BJP leaders Brajesh Pathak, SP Singh Baghel and others came and visited the Medanta hospital, met Akhilesh Yadav and inquired about the speedy recovery, and also met doctors, said what is the condition of Mulayam Singh Yadav. But at the age of 82, now Mulayam Singh Yadav is no more. If we look towards his political career, in 1967 he first became MLA at the age of 28. Let me tell you also that he is born in Saifai. He was a wrestler there, where he was picked up during a wrestling show. That time leader of the Janata Dal picked him up, who was fighting from Jaswant Nagar. He introduced Mulayam Singh Yadav to the politics, to the political career, and from that time to till now, we have seen how the political graph of Mulayam Singh Yadav is so important in the history of politics. If we see, because we saw how Samajwadi Party was created by Mulayam Singh Yadav in the year 1992. He gave the entire reign of Samajwadi Party in the year 2017 to his son Akhilesh Yadav completely, when Akhilesh Yadav became the chief of Samajwadi Party. We saw how on a daily basis in Medanta, we saw Shivpal Yadav, we saw son Pratik, wife Aparna Yadav, Dimple Yadav, his grandson Arjun visiting Medanta. They were talking on a daily basis to doctors and many who were coming to meet Mulayam Singh Yadav. We also should know that Samajwadi Party, being the rival of the other political parties in Uttar Pradesh, but yet if we talk about the soft front, if we talk about the front which is not in the politics, there are many leaders who share a very close bond. Rajnath Singh as in shares very close bond with Mulayam Singh Yadav. Rajnath Singh hails from Uttar Pradesh. He has fought election in Lucknow, be the MP from Lucknow. Therefore, he also shares a bond with the Yadav family. He came to meet Mulayam Singh Yadav in quiet about his good health. Now we are getting to know that the entire family members will reach the Medanta hospital in some while. Already there are so many Samajwadi Party leaders who are on their way, and we are also getting to know that today, after embalming the body will be taken, the mortal remains will be taken straight to the village of Mulayam Singh Yadav, which is in Saifai, the place from where he hails, the place where he is born, and the last rites and the and you can see the last tribute will be given by all the villagers, the place he was born, and by the leaders of many political parties in Saifai only. Right now we are waiting for the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav to come here in the Medanta hospital. What doctors have told us that the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav is already on his way, along with Ram Gopal Yadav, Shivpal Yadav. All the family members of the Yadav family are already in Gurgaon and are on their way towards Medanta, and later how the mortal remains will be taken to the village, his native town, the place where he is born in Saifai. The entire process, how is it going to take place, will be told by us, by the family members shortly. But right now, we have got the information that at around 8:16 a.m. Mulayam Singh Yadav took his last breath. He was really critical. He was being treated of kidney and the infection in lungs, and he was also being given CRRT therapy, because we need to see that apart from dialysis, there's one CRRT therapy which is being given when a patient couldn't be given dialysis. So this therapy was being given. He was on the life-saving drugs, but his life couldn't be saved. Doctors tried their hard. So he passed away at the age of 82. Mulayam Singh Yadav is no more amongst us. We'll always remember his political career, his graph, the way Samajwadi Party was incorporated and introduced by him. He was also defense minister in the year 1966 when United Front was in the power in the year 1996, and there were also chances of him being a prime minister in the year 1996, which the chances lost by a small mistake. So these are the incidents which has taken place in the life career of Mulayam Singh Yadav. If we talk about the politics of Uttar Pradesh, how Samajwadi Party grew to that large level in politics, we will always remember Mulayam Singh Yadav, how the reign of the Samajwadi Party was given to Akhilesh Yadav. So these are the details we are getting right now from Medanta. Back to you.
Well, of course, talking about the fact that he was battling with his health was deteriorating and it was critical. In terms of Medanta, where he was admitted, have the hospital given any particular statement regarding this unfortunate incident?
See, we are getting to know that a tweet right now. A tweet has been made from the side of Samajwadi Party and Akhilesh Yadav from their official Twitter handle. But if we talk about Medanta, the PRO and the media which handles the Medanta, we are getting to know that no health bulletin has yet been shared by the Medanta hospital. The doctors have not shared the details with the media, with us, as we are standing outside the hospital. But yes, the confirmation has come directly from Samajwadi Party, from Akhilesh Yadav. The doctors and the team, a comprehensive team, the strategy, the doctors from AIIMS and Medanta Lucknow and Medanta Gurgaon who were treating Mulayam Singh Yadav, a team of 15 doctors, they have shared this news with SAPA chief Akhilesh Yadav, and the news have been confirmed directly from Akhilesh Yadav and SAPA leaders Ram Gopal Yadav, Shivpal Yadav, and it has also been shared from Samajwadi Party Twitter handle that Mulayam Singh Yadav is no more. We are waiting for the health bulletin by doctors that what were the conditions by which Mulayam Singh Yadav couldn't be saved, because he was on a life-saving drugs, he was in the ICU, he was being given CRRT therapy, and what time exactly, because right now we are being told by the Samajwadi Party leaders that the timing is 8:16 AM when Mulayam Singh Yadav took his last breath, but all the details of how he died, what were the last time, what was the last minute when he passed away, the details will be shared by the Medanta hospital shortly. But all are waiting for Akhilesh Yadav to reach Medanta hospital. Everyone is waiting for Akhilesh Yadav to reach here, because then the media bite could happen of Akhilesh Yadav. He could share more details. Already he has tweeted that Netaji is no more. Today he has lost his father. We are waiting for more tweets, because we have got to know in past few days many leaders from BJP and from other political parties, be it Manohar Lal Khattar, be it Bhupender Hooda, be it Dipender Hooda. There's so many leaders. Even the Kisan leader Rakesh Tikait and Naresh Tikait also came to meet him. So we can see how the life career of Netaji, of Mulayam Singh Yadav was. He was famously known as Netaji in the political circuit. Now we are waiting for the official confirmation from Medanta hospital, but yes, it is confirmed from Akhilesh Yadav directly that Netaji is no more. He died at the age of 82 in Medanta hospital. Back to you.
Harsha continues to be with us. She's reporting from outside the Medanta hospital in Gurgaon. We are going to go back to her shortly, but here's what we know so far. Mulayam Singh Yadav, the founder of the Samajwadi Party, popularly and fondly called Netaji by his supporters, has passed away at the age of 82. He was a veteran politician. He died after spending several days in the ICU of Medanta Hospital in Gurugram, where his condition continued to remain critical. We are standing by for a final statement to come in from the hospital, but it has been confirmed by his son Akhilesh Yadav, who tweeted a while ago to say that his father, his beloved father, is no longer with them. Harsha continues to be live with us, and as Harsha was pointing out, of course, he was suffering from multiple ailments, had been in the hospital for a while now, Harsha. And also, Harsha, talk us through his political legacy, even as we await that statement to come in from Medanta Hospital. We heard a short while ago from his son, Akhilesh Yadav, who's just tweeted saying that my beloved father is no longer with us.
See, if we talk about the political career of Netaji, he first became MLA in 1967. He entered politics in the year 1966. At that time, we know United Front was in power. Netaji also became defense minister. Now the tweets have started pouring in from different leaders as well. We are seeing the tweet from Congress where it is clearly written, Samajwadi Party के संरक्षक देश के पूर्व रक्षा मंत्री उत्तर प्रदेश के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री मुलायम सिंह यादव का निधन भारतीय राजनीति के लिए अपूर्णीय क्षति है. Now we are also seeing three tweets from Priyanka Chaturvedi from Congress, also Bhupesh Baghel, Sanjay Singh, Aam Aadmi Party have tweeted. If we talk about the politics, because Netaji, whosoever has entered politics, the young leader or the veteran leader or the leaders who have done the politics in the National Front or in the Uttar Pradesh, they know that Netaji's political career was very large. He was very he was very connected to the ground workers in Samajwadi Party, the all workers, all karyakartas, the Jila Mantri, Sangathan Mantri, everyone was very closely associated with Netaji. For Netaji, it was proudly said that anything, any small issue, if any karyakarta has, if any worker had, they will straight go to Netaji's residence and the problem will be surely sorted out. So this was the political career of Netaji. He has always done the politics of OBC and Muslims in Uttar Pradesh, because if we talk about Samajwadi Party, they were clearly known for the vote bank of OBC, Pichra Samaj and Muslims. It was the MY Samikaran, which was clearly the politics of Mulayam Singh Yadav. And he also has served 3 times in the UP as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh from the 1990s. And also if we see about the clash also which took place in the Samajwadi Party in 2016, because in 2012...
All right, I'm going to ask you to hold your thoughts, Harsha. Stay with us. Joining me on the phone line is Mr. Dharmendra Yadav. He's the spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Mr. Yadav, the passing away of Mulayam Singh Yadav ji will leave a huge void in Indian politics. We are, of course, still awaiting a statement to come in from Medanta. But Akhilesh Yadav just confirmed that on Twitter.
जी माननीय नेता जी सिर्फ एक नेता ही नहीं, मतलब एक विचार थे भारत की राजनीति में. और इस दुखद घटना में कहने के लिए शब्द मेरे पास नहीं है. जिस तरह से उन्होंने गरीबों के लिए काम किया, पिछड़ों के लिए काम किया और भारत की राजनीति को एक उस हाशिए पे रखा जहाँ पे सबको अवसर देने का काम किया. और वो हमारे बीच नहीं है, लेकिन उनके बीच जो विचार हैं वो हमेशा जीवित रहेंगे और हम उनके हमेशा विचारों पर चलने का प्रयास करेंगे. इससे ज्यादा मैं कुछ कहने की स्थिति में नहीं.
Ji, and we understand that. Dharmendra Yadav, the Samajwadi Party spokesperson, thank you for speaking to us on Republic. I think the Samajwadi Party leaders, of course, still gathering themselves. Do remember that Mulayam Singh Yadav, the former defense minister of the country, a 3-time chief minister of Uttar Pradesh, the political founder of the Samajwadi Party, is a political leader who essentially symbolized politics in this country of a certain era, and he is no more now. He had been suffering from ill health for quite some time. He'd been in and out of hospitals. This last stay of his at the Medanta Hospital in Gurugram has lasted for nearly 3 weeks now, and we were hearing, of course, continuous health bulletins that were coming out of the Medanta Hospital. Now, of course, early this morning, a confirmation coming in that the Samajwadi Party leader, the former defense minister of the country, and of course 3-time chief minister of Uttar Pradesh, Mulayam Singh Yadav, is no more. His son Akhilesh Yadav had tweeted a while ago. He was suffering from multiple health conditions and had been treated at the ICU of the Medanta Hospital in Gurugram. I'm going to go back on the ground to our correspondent who's been covering this. Harsha is joining us live from outside Medanta. All right, we'll get our correspondence in just a bit. But just to tell our viewers a bit about his political legacy, Mulayam Singh Yadav, of course, as I was earlier telling you, is also a long-time parliamentarian. His constituency of Mainpuri in Lok Sabha, he's also served, of course, as the Member of Parliament from Azamgarh as well as Sambhal constituencies, and often referred to as Netaji. He was, his Samajwadi Party began largely as a socialist movement, and that was during the early times when Netaji, as well as several other leaders in the country, in fact, had espoused the socialist cause. So, and that is what the cap that he always wore was red in color, that symbolized the socialist side that he espoused. Samajwadi Party founder, of course, also served in several positions. He was the defense minister, the Raksha Mantri of the country during a coalition government, also the three-time chief minister, of course, later on passing the reins of his political outfit, the Samajwadi Party, to his son Akhilesh Yadav. The Samajwadi Party contested the last elections, did not do too well. But apart from that, his political legacy rivaled none other in terms of at least politics in Uttar Pradesh. He was someone who was able to get his party a majority for three times. He also, as I was earlier saying, served as a defense minister during a coalition government. He was also very fondly remembered and spoken of as Netaji. We are still trying to get more reactions to this. Of course, a sad day for Indian politics, the loss of Mulayam Singh Yadav. We are also getting reactions right now from various political leaders. We just heard a tweet from Keshav Prasad Maurya, who says the death of the founder of the Samajwadi Party and senior politician and former Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Mulayam Singh Yadav, is very sad. Right. We are also now getting a tweet from Piyush Goyal, who has also tweeted about his sad demise. Nivedana is also continuing to be with me from New Delhi. Nivedana, as we were talking about, of course, it's his political legacy that he leaves behind. But we are now beginning to get political reactions coming in from the top leaders of the country, Nivedana.
But we're getting in reactions as well coming in after the fact that SP Supremo Mulayam Singh Yadav has passed away. Now Shehzad Poonawalla has also tweeted by saying that saddened by passing away of the SP patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav, my prayers for the departed soul and for his family, friends and supporters. On the other hand, Omar Abdullah has also tweeted saying that I join my father and all my colleagues in conveying our heartfelt condolences to Akhilesh Yadav and his entire family. He also went on to say that Netaji was a towering personality and his contribution to UP and the rest of the country will not be forgotten. May his soul rest in peace. Of course, several reactions are coming in after the fact that we've got the unfortunate news of Mulayam Singh Yadav no more. Now, remember, he was, of course, battling with various health issues.
Right, Nivedana, absolutely. Stay with us. Let's also go across and get a word from Mr. I.P. Singh, who is the Samajwadi Party's national spokesperson. Mr. Singh, very, very sad news coming in today. The demise of the founder of the Samajwadi Party and Netaji, as he was fondly called, will be remembered for, the political vacuum that he leaves behind.
ने एक बहुत ही बड़े नेता को खो दिया है। धरती माँ ऐसे सपूत बहुत कम जन्म देती हैं जिनका जीवन आखिरी सांस तक पूर्णतः राष्ट्र को समर्पित हो। धरती पुत्र मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का नाम इस धरती पर युगों युगों तक पिछड़ों के मसीहा के रूप में जाना जाएगा। आज देश ने अपना सबसे बड़ा नेता ही नहीं खोया है, वो नेता जिसका एक पांव मिट्टी में धंसा रहता था और दलित, वंचित, शोषित इन सब की वो आवाज थे। आज वो आवाज खामोश हो गई है। देश में एक विराम सा आ गया है। हम सब उन्हें कोटि-कोटि से नमन करते हैं।
जी मिस्टर सिंह, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने का. So that was IP Singh of the Samajwadi Party saying that for the Samajwadi Party this is a loss that is unparalleled. Mr. of course, Mulayam Singh Yadav was in hospital for a while now. He'd been in ICU for about 8 days, and before that, of course, he was in the Medanta hospital for a while. His health has been worsening for quite some time now. Earlier last year also, I think he was in hospital for some time. So we are, of course, still awaiting for a final statement to be released from Medanta Hospital in a short while from now. However, his son Akhilesh Yadav, also the supremo now of the Samajwadi Party, had tweeted saying that Netaji is no more with them. We are now getting more information in terms of the political reactions that we are getting. The Prime Minister, of course, who has been inquiring very regularly about the health of Mulayam Singh Yadav, will be visiting his family soon. He was 82. He's passed away early this morning. We are told about 8:30 is when the news started to trickle in. So that is the tweet that we have from the Prime Minister. He says Mulayam Singh Yadav ji distinguished himself in Uttar Pradesh and national politics. He was a key soldier for democracy during the emergency. As Defence Minister, he worked for stronger India. His parliamentary interventions were insightful and emphasised on furthering national interest. So that is the tweet that's coming in from the Prime Minister. We're also hearing that he will be visiting Mulayam Singh Yadav's family. And as I was earlier saying, of course, he'd been keeping in touch with the family, asking them if they needed anything from time to time. So Mulayam Singh Yadav, the founder of the Samajwadi Party, someone, as the Prime Minister also spoke about, whose contributions during the emergency, in a sense, gave rise to a new political scenario after the emergency. He was a socialist at heart, and that is why the red cap that he always wore. He also served as the Defence Minister of the country, and under him, the Indian defence, of course, saw a huge amount of advancement as well. Three-time Chief Minister of the Samajwadi Party. I think we've got Mr. Danish Azad on the phone line with us. Mr. Danish Azad, a sad day for Indian politics. Someone who was a stalwart in Uttar Pradesh politics, at least, passing away this morning.
जी देखिए, बहुत दुख की बात है कि आज मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का निधन हुआ। निश्चित तौर पे भारतीय राजनीति का एक बहुत बड़ा नाम थे मुलायम सिंह यादव जी, और उन्होंने हमेशा ये संदेश दिया कि समाज के हित को सर्वोपरि रखना है। दलगत हमेशा वो सोचते थे। जिस तरीके से वो बेबाक तरीके से ये स्पष्ट सबको संदेश था कि राजनीति में सकारात्मक को सोच रखनी चाहिए, और आज उनके जो है आज वो हमारे बीच में नहीं है। हम तमाम लोगों को इस बात का अफसोस है, और हम उनके आत्मा की शांति की प्रार्थना करते हुए ये यकीन रखते हैं कि उन्होंने जो अच्छे मूल्य जीवन में सिखाए थे, हम सब उससे आगे बढ़ेंगे।
All right, Mr. Azad, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। Nivedana, as we were talking about his Mulayam Singh Yadav's political rise, he was someone who was seen as being connected to Uttar Pradesh in a manner that no other politician perhaps who's risen from Uttar Pradesh during the period of the 70s was.
Right, Nupur, even to talk about the fact that, as a defence minister as well, the first batch of Sukhois were delivered when Mulayam Singh Yadav was in fact the defence minister. In fact, he played a key role in getting opposition support for APJ Abdul Kalam as president as well, and breaking opposition ranks. Mulayam also wished successful return for Prime Minister Modi in the parliament in 2019 as well. So, of course, talking about this unfortunate incident that he has passed away at the age of 82, but his contribution to the field of Indian politics will always be remembered. Now also with all the tributes coming in, we can see from various political leaders as well as to how they regarded him as Netaji as well. Just to shed light on his political career, he of course served 3 non-consecutive terms as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh and also served as the Minister of Defence as well, Nupur.
All right, Nivedana, stay with us. I think we've got from the Samajwadi Party, Mr. Pandey, who's joining us right now. Mr. Pandya, for the Samajwadi Party, this is a loss that is unparalleled for Indian politics also. We've lost a stalwart who was very widely admired.
मैं कह सकता हूँ कि आज ये बहुत दुखद समाचार देश के लिए है और हम समाजवादियों के लिए है। मैं समझता हूँ कि एक युग का अंत हुआ है। जिस व्यक्ति ने एक किसान के परिवार में जन्म लेकर के और पूरे जीवन जिस व्यक्ति ने किसानों के लिए, गरीबों के लिए और उन जन मुद्दों के लिए, जिन मुद्दों को कहीं न कहीं लोग छोड़ देते हैं राजनीति में, उनके लिए पूरे जीवन उन्होंने एक लंबा समय सदन से लेकर सड़क तक संघर्ष किया है। अगर आप देखें, आदरणीय नेताजी ही एक ऐसे व्यक्ति थे जो समाज के उस अंतिम व्यक्ति की भी समस्याओं को केवल समझते नहीं थे, बल्कि उसके निराकरण के लिए लड़ाई लड़ते थे। उसकी पीड़ा उनके मन में रहती थी। अगर खास तौर से अगर नेताजी के चेहरे को देखा जाए, उसमें एक किसान नजर आता था, एक बेरोजगारी की पीड़ा उनके चेहरे पर दिखाई देती थी। सदैव उन्होंने डिफेंस मिनिस्टर रहते हुए देश के वो पहले डिफेंस मिनिस्टर थे जिन्होंने सेना में तैनात हमारे उन तमाम बहादुर सैनिकों के पार्थिव शरीर को उनके घर तक ले जाने की व्यवस्था करने का काम किया। अगर आप देखें तो उत्तर प्रदेश में लगातार अपने चीफ मिनिस्टर रहते हुए उन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश के किसानों के लिए जितनी बड़ी योजनाएं लाने का काम किया। एक ऐसे व्यक्ति थे जिन्होंने लोकसभा में इस चीज को स्वीकार किया था कि केंद्र और राज्य सरकारों की जिम्मेदारी है कि अगर हम नौकरी नहीं दे पाते, उन्हें बेरोजगारी भत्ता देने का काम करेंगे। तो उनका ये आज जाना, जहां हम सब के लिए एक अपूरणीय क्षत है, मैं समझता हूँ देश के में एक विचारधारा भी कहीं न कहीं आज इससे कमजोर हुई है।
जी, मनोज कुमार पांडे जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। समाजवादी पार्टी लीडर ओवर देयर टॉकिंग अबाउट द लेगेसी।
I spoke to Mr. Akhilesh, Mr. Shivpal. I left the hospital with the hope that you would recover well and come out. Now this is very sad news. He is one of the senior political leaders of the country. I had personal relationship with him at the time of the formation of United Front and United Front government. I worked with him very closely, interacted with him very closely. He was one of the very affectionate leaders I found. Whenever he saw me in parliament or outside, he used to put his hand on my shoulders and speak to me with a great amount of affection. This is personal, but at public life, political life, he was a champion of the cause of the backward class people and poor people in the state of Uttar Pradesh as well as everywhere. And really it's a great loss for Samajwadi Party. I hope Mr. Akhilesh will overcome this tragedy and he will move forward with commitment which his father had. On behalf of the Communist Party of India, my party, I pay my solemn homage to Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav and I give my salutes to Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav.
Well, that was Mr. Raja over there, of course, talking about the legacy of Mulayam Singh Yadav, but also talking about the personal relationship that Mulayam Singh Yadav had with his political colleagues. And that's something that stood out as far as he's concerned. Look at the diverse voices that we are hearing on his passing away, Nivedana. That, in a sense, encapsulates, how this career politician was someone who not just the opposition, but, people in the government also looked up to.
Right, Nupur, like you're also pointing out the fact that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has also rightly said that despite being hostile in politics, this particular tweet that has come in, Mulayam Singh ji had the best relations. Whenever he met him, he would talk about many subjects with a very open mind. Interactions with him on many occasions will always be fresh in my memory. My condolences to his family and supporters in this hour of grief. So, obviously, everybody is...
जानकारी नहीं है कि इकबालपुर एरिया में ऐसा कुछ हुआ।
अगर कुछ होता है तो ममता बनर्जी का अधीन जो हमारे स्टेट पुलिस है, कोलकाता पुलिस है, वो लोग कॉम्पिटेंट है इसको मुकाबला करने का। ये सेंट्रल पुलिस बोलना।
All right, so Jairam Ramesh also just tweeting right now. He said Mulayam Singh Yadav was a stalwart, Lohayite and had admirers across the political spectrum. His tenure as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh were very consequential. He played a key national role on 2 occasions. Deve Gowda in Gujarat government as Defence Minister, and in 2002 when he proposed APJ Abdul Kalam for president. So that's the kind of political admirers that Mulayam Singh Yadav essentially had. He was someone who had friends across all party lines, and we just heard D. Raja over there, the General Secretary of the CPI. He also spoke about not just his politics, but also the fact that he was someone who was admired across the political spectrum. Nivedana, we also had the Prime Minister tweet in a short while ago. He has been in constant touch with the family as well.
Right. We did see Prime Minister Modi tweet about the unfortunate passing of Mulayam Singh Yadav and also hailed his contribution. But on the other side, talking about reactions coming in as well, we've also seen that Manish Sisodia has tweeted in the particular tweet. He has said the demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav, former Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, who fought for rights of the backward classes in the political world, is very sad. My condolences to his well-wishers, loved ones and supporters. May Lord Sri Ram give his soul a place at his feet and give peace. So obviously everybody echoing the fact that he was a champion for the rights of backward classes as well. On the other hand, we did see Jairam Ramesh also react by saying that Mulayam Singh Yadav was a stalwart Lohayite but had admirers across political spectrum, which we can clearly see in all the tributes that are coming in. In fact, the President of India has also tweeted, the official handle states that the death of Shri Mulayam Singh Yadav is an irreparable loss to the country. The achievements of Mulayam Singh Yadav ji, who came from an ordinary environment, were extraordinary. Dharti Putra Mulayam ji was a veteran leader associated with the land. He was respected by people of all parties. My deepest condolences to his family members and supporters. So obviously, Nupur, when we're looking at the tributes also coming in, they are of course echoing the fact that number one, he was the champion for backward classes, and of course praised for his political connections as well.
Absolutely. His political connections, his political acumen, and of course he was someone who worked for the downtrodden, for the backward classes, and that essentially was the vote base where he rose to power from. Of course, the 3 terms of his as the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister were also very, very significant, also served as the Defence Minister in a coalition government. And now, even as we talk about his political achievements, just to quickly brief our viewers on what's happened so far, Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav, of course, had been ailing for a while. In fact, he'd been sick as far, I think, as back as 2-3 years ago, and the political baton of his political outfit, that's the Samajwadi Party, had passed on to his son Akhilesh Yadav. Now, this stint in hospital at Medanta at Gurugram has been for about 2 or 3 weeks. The past 8 days he was in the ICU, and he was suffering from multiple illnesses, and that is why he, despite all the kind of medication and treatment that he was given, unfortunately passed away early this morning. Harsha is continuing to bring us updates from Medanta Hospital. Now, Harsha, we are expecting Medanta also to come and speak to the media. But apart from that, is his family already there? All right, we're just going to go back and connect with Harsha on the ground, but we had a tweet that came in early this morning from Akhilesh Yadav, the supremo of the Samajwadi Party currently, where he tweeted to confirm the demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav. We are, of course, going across now to Harsha. I think, Harsha, he was, of course, suffering from multiple ailments and had been in hospital for a while now. But is his family now reached there? So give us an update from the hospital.
Exactly, we are getting to know that Akhilesh Yadav has already reached the hospital. Ram Gopal Yadav is on his way. We are literally following the family members who have left from Paldara Park and on their way to Medanta. We are also following them because we are getting to know that apart from Akhilesh Yadav, Ram Gopal Yadav, Shivpal Yadav, the brother Shivpal Yadav, Pratik Yadav, who is the second son of Mulayam Singh Yadav, his wife Aparna Yadav, Dimple Yadav, they all are on their way towards Medanta, because as soon as the news has floated, all the Samajwadi Party leaders who are in Delhi, who are coming to Medanta, Gurgaon on an everyday basis to meet Netaji, who have been with Netaji for so long, who started their political career with Netaji for so long. They all Samajwadi Party leaders, workers, cadres, all are on their way towards Medanta. We are also getting to know about in another 2 to 3 hours after the embalming of the body, the mortal remains will be done. Then the mortal remains will be taken from here straight to Lucknow, and for the last tribute and last time the workers and cadres whoever wants to pay tribute to the mortal remains of Netaji, they will first come to Lucknow, and then in his village Saifai the mortal remains will be taken, and the last rites will be performed in Saifai only, where he is born and where he started his wrestling career. It's very interesting how he started his wrestling career. If we talk about the legacy of Mulayam Singh Yadav, if we talk how he started his political career, it all started from a wrestling match in the year 1966, where he was fighting a wrestling match where he was in that akhada against a man, and that time the leader, the MLA from Jaswant Nagar, Nathu Singh, was watching his wrestling match. From then onwards, he picked wrestler Mulayam Singh Yadav and asked him to enter into the politics. That was the time. That was the day when the career of Netaji actually started in the year 1966. At the age of 28, Netaji became the MLA from Jaswant Nagar, from the Sanyukta Socialist Party. He contested from the side of Sanyukta Socialist Party. And as Nivedita was also quoting that at the time when he was the defense minister in the United Front government in the year 1996, at that time how the political graph was grown of Netaji at the time when he was defense minister. So many weapons, so many helicopters and the advanced equipment was bought from Russia and from other lands to the country for the betterment and better structure of the defense in our country. And not only this, if we talk about the Uttar Pradesh, because whenever the politics of Uttar Pradesh we talk about,
और उन्होंने हमेशा उलमाए कराम की बहुत कदर की है, और मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब जैसा बड़ा सोशलिस्ट लीडर को मुल्क कभी भुला नहीं सकता है। और हम लोग उनके साहबजादे अखिलेश यादव साहब और उनके तमाम फैमिली मेंबर्स और तमाम लोगों के साथ अपनी दिली हमदर्दी का इजहार करते हैं, और उनकी इस डेथ से यकीनी तौर पर मुल्क का एक बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है।
All right, so those are reactions that we are getting from across the political spectrum. In fact, that is what symbolizes the legacy of Mulayam Singh Yadav. He had friends not just in opposition parties, but also in the government. And sometimes, of course, also he was criticized for just thinking of his own politics. But notwithstanding that, he was someone who gained a lot of popularity in the 70s. That's when his politics began. The former wrestler, of course, hit the headlines in Uttar Pradesh politics in the late 1980s and the early 1990s, when protests and agitations over the Mandal Commission actually set up to identify socially and educationally backward classes in India were at their peak. And that's when the rise of Mulayam Singh Yadav actually began. He was a very staunch follower of Mr. Lohia, and thereafter, of course, was born the Samajwadi Party. And sometimes, as I was saying, he was also criticizing for allying with political outfits which had a completely diverse ideology than his. Case in point, of course, is alliance with the Bahujan Samaj Party. That was very, very critical. It was, of course, short-lived. But as the defense minister, he was responsible for modernizing our defense forces. On the phone line is Ms. Anila Singh. Ms. Singh, thank you very much for speaking to us. Ms. Singh, this of course is a sad day for Indian politics. We've lost a respected leader. We've also lost someone whose politics essentially was about the downtrodden and the backward classes.
My condolences are with Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav's family and his political party, but I will say that this is a moment of grief not only for Samajwadi Party or his family, but I think for all of the political scenario of our country, or especially if I talk about Uttar Pradesh. Since I also come from Uttar Pradesh, I knew it very well, the type of struggle he had faced when he was trying to create a place for himself, especially a backward face. It is commendable. He has done so much in UP as a backward leader. I think he has set an example in our country that how a person coming from a humble background can struggle, can create a face and become the chief minister 3 times. So definitely I will say that this is a very sad moment, and we all are grieving, I can say, because he was like a milestone in Indian politics. And his tenure as chief minister, sometimes very controversial, sometimes very reward-giving, and as a defense minister also, he did his contribution. So one simple thing, he had told the world that even if you are coming from the humble background, you can make your face, you can make an impact in all sectors of the society. And he was one person who said, "मैं मनोकामना करता हूँ कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बने." So this shows that he might be in a position, but yes, he knew that who can be the best prime minister for our country. So this shows the dedication for your nation and dedication for the Indian politics as well. And I really hope that coming generations in Samajwadi Party, they take some political lessons, learn from it, and then they do their politics. Definitely not the appeasement one, but yes, for socialism.
Absolutely. Ms. Anila Singh also, as you said, he symbolized the aspirations of Indians. Look at the humble beginnings that he came from. He was a wrestler and then, of course, rose to one of the topmost positions in terms of being the defense minister of the country. He was a chief minister for 3 times.
Absolutely. That is why I'm saying, I will say that his contribution as chief minister in UP was mammoth. He created a history. Uttar Pradesh, which is called the core of Indian politics, creating his place in this state was not easy task, but he did it. So where there is will, there is way. He showed it. Even if you are coming from any caste community, any background, whether you have financial means or not, whether you have a political family or not to support you, but if you really want to do things for your people, you can. That is why he was so very well connected with his worker. A worker might be a common worker or he might be a leader, but he knew that how to deal with them, how to get connected with them. So the present Samajwadi Party should take lessons what he did.
All right, Ms. Anila Singh, the spokesperson of the BJP, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. And that's what the kind of political tributes that have been pouring in to talk of his political legacy. They also talk of how Mulayam Singh Yadav had friends across the political spectrum. Several of those leaders we've spoken to have, of course, given him credit in terms of being able to bring forward the development of backward classes. But they've also spoken about the fact that he was someone that they were all friends with. So that's something in politics particularly that is commendable. I think we're also getting a tweet from the Home Minister now where he says that Mulayam Singh Yadav ji remained active in politics for decades with his unique political skills. During the emergency, he raised his voice for the restoration of democracy. He will always be remembered as a grassroots mass leader. His death marks the end of an era in Indian politics. So that is a tweet that's coming in from the Home Minister. Mulayam Singh Yadav, of course, had been suffering from ill health for many years now. And in fact, it was in 2012 when the Samajwadi Party actually won power in Uttar Pradesh again that he passed on the baton to his son Akhilesh Yadav. Akhilesh Yadav, of course, now is the president of the Samajwadi Party. But it was since then that he had constantly been suffering ill health, and in this stint in hospital, he was admitted there for nearly 2 to 3 weeks, and he'd been in critical condition, admitted to the ICU for about a week now. He was suffering from multiple ailments, and this morning, of course, his son Akhilesh Yadav tweeted that his father had passed away. We do know for now that his family has reached the hospital. I think we are going to go across to our correspondent Harsha, who's reporting from outside Medanta Hospital now. Harsha, how soon are we expecting a statement to come in from Medanta? And we are also being told that perhaps his mortal remains will be taken to Safai.
Exactly. What we are getting to know that the most of the family members have already reached Medanta. Now the entire the protocol, the final process in the hospital which has to take place. Akhilesh Yadav is in touch with doctors. The team of doctors are with Akhilesh Yadav. After the death of Mulayam Singh Yadav, the other processes which has to be followed in the hospital, the embalming and everything, the release of the body, after which the mortal remains which will be taken to Lucknow and then to Safai. We are getting to know all the family members are here. The team of doctors are here inside the hospital, because we were getting to know that only the Medanta Gurgaon doctors were not the only one who were treating Mulayam Singh Yadav. Firstly, he was also treated once in AIMS. Doctors from AIMS and also from Medanta Lucknow are also here. So a team of 15 doctors are here, which are already telling Akhilesh Yadav how the further process can lead and in how much time the mortal remain can be taken from here. And they also have to decide where they will take the how they are going to take mortal remains by. If it will go through road, or they're going to go Lucknow through air ambulance first to Lucknow and then to Safai. How the process has to take place after the further discussion with all the family members, with Shivpal Yadav, with Ram Gopal Yadav and the important family members. After the further discussions, only the mortal remains will be taken from the hospital. Akhilesh has reached Medanta 1 hour back only, and other family members have also reached here. So we are getting to know that in a short while, the entire processes will be shared with the media. And also one thing to note, that all the Samajwadi Party leaders who were visiting Medanta Hospital from past 10 to 12 days, since the condition of Mulayam Singh Yadav went very critical, all the Samajwadi Party leaders are here. They are gathering here. They are very sad. They are crying. The grief could clearly be seen on the faces of these cadres, of these workers who have worked with Netaji, to whom Netaji has supported for so long. To many, the many have started their political career after the support from Netaji. And not to forget that from 1989 to 2007, Netaji was 3 times CM in Uttar Pradesh. First in 1989 to 1991, then 1991 to 1993 to 1995, then 2003 to 2007, but always in alliance. Netaji always became CM of the alliance government, but it was in 2012 when Samajwadi Party got the majority, a fluing majority in 2012 in Uttar Pradesh, when the Samajwadi Party veteran, the stalwart, gave the baton to his son Akhilesh Yadav, and then Akhilesh Yadav became the CM of Uttar Pradesh. We have seen how he always tried to maintain the relationship which got very weak in 2016 between Akhilesh Yadav and Samajwadi Party leader Shivpal Yadav. He tried for 2.5 years to maintain that family relation more and more strong, to get back Shivpal Yadav in the party. He tried very hard because he was a very family-oriented man. We know how Ram Gopal Yadav used to be a teacher in Safai. He was closely associated with Mulayam Singh Yadav in his village in Safai. From being a teacher to being a leader from Firozabad, how Mulayam Singh Yadav got his family members into politics, gave them the support, gave them the space, and not only that, how his political career and graph was very grown and was very highlighted and very upward in Uttar Pradesh. We talk about the leaders from Uttar Pradesh, as Anila Singh was also quoting. The people who come from UP, I myself come from UP, we have seen the backward people, the Yadav community, the Muslim community and so many others, how much they love Netaji, how much they love Mulayam Singh Yadav, because what he has done for the upliftment and for the development of Uttar Pradesh, nobody would have thought so. If we talk about the development in Mainpuri, Sambhal, Kannauj, Jaswant Nagar, Azamgarh, because he has been contested 7 times MLA from Jaswant Nagar. He was 4 times a member of parliament from Mainpuri. He was 2 times member of parliament from Sambhal. He was 1 time from Kannauj. In 2014, he contested both from Azamgarh and Mainpuri, and he won both the elections. So you can see how much he was loved popularly by the people of Uttar Pradesh, and he was literally known as the stalwart in UP politics. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, reminding us of the illustrious career that Samajwadi Party founder and the party patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav had during his heyday, a champion of the masses of the downtrodden, as Harsha was recalling. And he was a three-time chief minister of Uttar Pradesh. He passed away this morning at 82. And, tributes and condolences are pouring in. We at Republic also recall some of the memories that he has left behind. Let's listen in. The SP patriarch was known for having very close connections even with his rivals, other party leaders and so on. Let's listen in to know more.
मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को बधाई देना चाहते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपने भी सबसे मिलजुल करके और सबका काम किया। ये सही है कि हम जब मिले किसी काम के लिए कहा तो आपने उसी पर ऑर्डर किया। ये मैं आपका यहाँ पर आदर करता हूँ, सम्मान करता हूँ कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सबको लेके चलने का पूरा प्रयास किया। तो आपने जिससे भगवान को चलाया है और सबको खुश रखना बड़ा कठिन काम है, लेकिन फिर भी आपके खिलाफ कोई नहीं बोलता है, न आप पर कोई टिप्पणी करता है। इसे विशेष बधाई और धन्यवाद आपको देता हूँ। और मैं चाहता हूँ, मेरी कामना है कि जितने माननीय सदस्य हैं दोबारा फिर जीत गया। ये हमारी इच्छा है। और तो ये भी चाहता हूँ, हम लोग को इतना बहुमत नहीं आ सकते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी आप फिर बने प्रधानमंत्री।
Well, that was his participation in a debate in Parliament. But we are just getting to know that the Uttar Pradesh government has announced 3 days of state mourning on the death of Mulayam Singh Yadav. His last rites will be performed with full state honours. So that's a tweet that's coming in from the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath. He's also expressed his condolences and we are given to understand that he will be cremated with full state honours. Now, a news that we were getting earlier seems to suggest that his mortal remains will be taken to Safai. That is his, that was of course his home, and we are of course still awaiting a statement to come in from Medanta, but we are told that Mulayam Singh Yadav's entire family is at the hospital right now, and political tributes of course continuing to pour in. We've been speaking also to a host of political leaders from across the spectrum, and all of them are remembering Mulayam Singh Yadav extremely fondly. His political career of course is something that is unrivaled. He emerged as a political player after the emergency, and thereafter his political outfit of course was able to take power at least 3 times. He was the chief minister, and it was in 2012 that the Samajwadi Party came with a huge majority. However, because of his ill health, he had to pass the baton on to his son Akhilesh Yadav, who then served as the chief minister. Mulayam Singh Yadav also was the defence minister of the country. He's been someone who was closely involved with the procurement of the Sukhois, and his political trajectory, of course, began in the late 80s and the 90s. But let's listen in to the political tributes, I beg your pardon, that have been pouring in for this political stalwart.
It is very sad to know the news about the demise of Sri Mulayam Singh Yadav. A few days back, I had been to Medanta Hospital in Gurgaon. I spoke to Mr. Akhilesh, Mr. Shiv. I left the hospital with the hope that you would recover well and come out. Now this is very sad news. He is one of the senior political leaders of the country. I had personal relationship with him at the time of the formation of United Front and United Front government. I worked with him very closely, interacted with him very closely. he was one of the very affectionate leaders I found. Whenever he saw me in Parliament or outside, he used to put his hand on my shoulders and speak to me with a great amount of affection. This is personal, but at public life, political life, he was a champion of the cause of the backward class people and poor people in the state of Uttar Pradesh, as well as everywhere. And really, it's a great loss for Samajwadi Party. I hope Mr. Akhilesh will overcome this tragedy and he will move forward with a commitment which his father had. On behalf of the Communist Party of India, my party, I pay my solemn homage to Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav, and I give my salutes to Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav.
श्री मुलायम सिंह यादव जी भारतीय राजनीति के एक बहुत ही धुरंधर खिलाड़ी थे। वो हमारे देश के रक्षा मंत्री भी रहे। कई वर्षों तक वो उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री के नाते से भी उन्होंने काम किया। बहुत अनुभवी राजनेता थे। गठबंधन की राजनीति को चलाने में और बढ़ाने में बहुत माहिर राजनीतिक खिलाड़ी माने जाते थे और उन्होंने हमेशा देश के पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, पार्लियामेंट के बाहर अपने मुद्दों को, अपने विषयों को बड़ी प्रखरता से रखते थे। हालांकि राजनीतिक अगर विचारधारा की बात करें तो वो उनकी विचारधारा अलग विचारधारा थी भारतीय जनता पार्टी से, और वो एक अलग समूह, अलग गठबंधन में हमेशा यूपीए के साथ या यूपीए के घटक दलों के साथ उनकी दोस्ती रहती थी। लेकिन यकीनन वो भारतीय राजनीति के एक बहुत बड़े कद्दावर नेता थे और उन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश की राजनीति से लेकर देश की राजनीति के अंदर भी अपनी मेहनत से, अपने कामों से अपनी छाप छोड़ी। आज उनके निधन से भारतीय राजनीति का एक बड़ा नेता आज इस दुनिया से चला गया और यकीनन लोग, खासकर जो उनके समर्थक हैं, उनको लंबे समय तक याद रखेंगे। शुक्रिया।
Well, on the phone line, joining us right now is Mr. Gaurav Bhatia. Mr. Bhatia, it is a great loss for Indian politics today. Mulayam Singh Yadav ji was someone who was essentially respected across the political spectrum, and in a sense, he symbolized that in Indian politics. Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, if you can hear us, I was saying earlier that this is a great loss for Indian politics. Mulayam Singh Yadav ji, of course, was someone who was respected across the political divide.
His passing away is a great loss for the country. And we all know that he was a man who was concerned about the masses, the underprivileged, and that was his politics and hallmark. The Prime Minister and other senior party lines have offered condolences because it is a loss for the country. And I must, from my personal experience, also say that he was a person who could rise above party politics in the interest of the country. If he was convinced that there is a decision that needs to be taken and it will strengthen our country, he would go out of his way to ensure that he followed that principle. And this is a great personal loss for me as well, for my family, and for many others who have learnt a lot from him. I offer my deepest condolences to the family members of Mulayam Singh Yadav ji, especially Akhilesh Yadav.
Right, Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, thank you for joining us on Republic TV. I think I'm going to go across on the ground right now to Harsha, who's reporting from outside the Medanta Hospital in Gurugram, where we are expecting a final statement to come in from Medanta over his sad passing away. Harsha, we are now told that there is a state mourning that has been announced by the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. It's going to be a 3-day mourning, and also that his funeral will take place with full state honours. Can you give us a sense of what you are hearing at Medanta right now?
Exactly. First of all, I would like to show you the visuals from outside Medanta, because we are showing you continuously the leaders, the supporters, the family members, all are reaching Medanta hospital as the news is now that Mulayam Singh Yadav, Netaji is no more. Huge gathering outside Medanta could clearly be seen, and many supporters and workers who have worked with Netaji, who love Netaji, are here outside Medanta. We are joined by supporters who have come straight from Lucknow. आप लोग कितने दिन से यहाँ मेदांता में बाहर थे जब
मैं तो 5-6 दिन से यहाँ पे था, और लगातार हॉस्पिटल के बाहर भगवान से प्रार्थना करता था कि हम सभी के नेता, हम सभी के भगवान ठीक होकर के हम सभी के बीच में आए। लेकिन आज जो खबर हम लोगों को मिली, इस खबर को हम लोग बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पा रहे। ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये झूठी खबर है। नेताजी हम लोगों के लिए भगवान है। नेताजी हम सभी समाजवादियों के लिए एक गार्जियन स्वरूप है। नेताजी हम सभी लोगों के लिए, खासकर छात्रों के लिए, हम लोग जब यूनिवर्सिटी में थे, जेल गए तो नेताजी हम लोगों से मिले और कहा कि जेल जाना कोई अपराध नहीं। आप लोग छात्र हितों की बात करते हो, समाजवादी हो, तो आपको जेल से डर नहीं लगना चाहिए, और पूरी समाजवादी पार्टी हम लोग आपके साथ हमेशा रहेंगे। मैं उनकी बातों को याद करता हूं तो बड़ा दिल पे बोझ सा लगता है कि नेताजी हम लोगों को अभिभावक की तरीके से थे, बच्चे की तरीके से मानते थे। कोई बात होती थी तो डांटते भी थे और प्यार भी करते थे। लेकिन आज ये खबर हम लोगों को एकदम सदमा देकर गई। अब क्या कहूँ, कहने के लिए कोई शब्द ही नहीं है।
हम लोग आपातकाल से लेकर के जब पहली बार नेताजी ने चुनाव लड़ा, साइकिल में उन्होंने अपना प्रचार किया था 1967 में। बाद में जब समाजवादी पार्टी उन्होंने बनाई 1992 में, तब उन्होंने अपने पार्टी का सिंबल भी साइकिल रखा। गरीबों से बहुत जुड़ाव, कार्यकर्ताओं से बहुत जुड़ाव, यहाँ तक कि दिल्ली के अशोका रोड में भी आप सब लोग मुलाकात के लिए जाते थे तो नेताजी बीमार होने के बावजूद भी सबसे मिलते थे। अगर नेताजी के इस पूरे व्यक्तित्व को याद किया जाए तो ऐसा लगता है कि उनके जैसा जमीन से जुड़ा हुआ नेता बहुत कम है।
नेताजी गरीब किसान परिवार की बात करते थे। वो कभी धनपशु धनाढ़ लोगों की बात नहीं किए। हमेशा किसान, नौजवान, गरीब, मजदूर, मजलूम, ऐसे लोगों की बात करते थे। उनके हर हक की लड़ाई लड़ते थे। हमने देखा है नेताजी अपने समय में तमाम नौजवानों को, साइकिल चलाने, रिक्शा चलाने वाले लोगों को, गांव के किसान के बेटों को, तमाम नौजवानों को सदन भेजने का काम किया, विधानसभा भेजने का काम किया। नेताजी राजनीति
clearly, so we can clearly see how teary-eyed the supporters of Samajwadi Party are here, and we will show you the visuals because huge gathering is here outside Medanta Hospital. As you can clearly see, these all are the supporters and cadres and workers of Samajwadi Party. Many leaders were already staying here in Gurgaon for so long, for a period of almost 10 to 15 days. They all were staying here. They daily used to come here in Medanta, outside Medanta. They used to meet Akhilesh Yadav and inquire about the well-being of Netaji. But today, a very sad news for the people of Uttar Pradesh are the stalwart of Uttar Pradesh politics. Netaji Mulayam Singh Yadav is no more. He passed and took his last breath at 8:16 a.m. in Medanta Hospital. He was suffering for various ailments, kidney infection, lung infection, and also it was being told that at the last minutes he was being given not dialysis but the CRRT therapy was being given to him. He was in ICU on life-saving drugs, and also we are again showing you the visuals here. आप सब लोग यहाँ इकट्ठा हैं। नेताजी अब नहीं रहे हमारे बीच। आप सब लोग अगर उनकी उत्तर प्रदेश की राजनीति
Harsha, we are going to come back to you. I think she can't hear us. She's amongst the supporters of Mulayam Singh Yadav, but tributes continue to pour in. And we are continuing to hear about his political legacy from people across the political spectrum. And that essentially is the legacy of this career politician who was extremely close to the backward classes. He worked for their upliftment, and his politics was all about social justice.
वह पूर्ण नहीं हो जाता था तब तक लगातार संघर्ष करते रहते थे। मुलायम सिंह जी राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में संबंधों पर बहुत ध्यान रखते थे। हर दल के व्यक्ति मुलायम सिंह से संबंधित है। जिससे भी मुलायम सिंह जी का संबंध होता था उसके लिए आउट ऑफ वे जाकर काम करने में संकोच नहीं करते थे। मेरा व्यक्तिगत संबंध मुलायम सिंह जी से अत्यधिक था। मुझे अच्छी तरह पता है कई बार ऐसी घटनाएं घटित हुई जिसमें मुलायम सिंह जी ने उसमें मेरे दृष्टि से अच्छा योगदान भी किया। हमारे बीच में वो नहीं है, ये जानकर ही मन को अत्यधिक पीड़ा हो रही है। भगवान से प्रार्थना है कि मुलायम सिंह जी के आत्मा को शांति प्रदान करे और पूरे परिवार पर जो उनके निधन से एक आघात का पहाड़ टूटा है उसको सहन शक्ति करने का भगवान उसको बल प्रदान करे।
So one of the tallest leaders of Uttar Pradesh politics, Mulayam Singh Yadav ji नहीं रहे। स्वतंत्र देव सिंह यूपी कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस मौके पर? इट्स ओवर टू यू।
वास्तव में आदरणीय नेताजी का निधन होने के कारण पूरा राज्य दुखी है और एक कहा जाए दलगत राजनीति से भी ऊपर उठकर वो सभी दलों से लोगों से बात भी होती थी और लोगों का सहयोग भी करते थे। वास्तव में आज न उनके रहने के कारण एक अभाव है और पूरा राज्य दुखी है। मैं ईश्वर से ही प्रार्थना करूंगा कि ईश्वर अपने चरणों में स्थान दे नेताजी को और परिवार को भी, राज्य के लोगों को भी दुख सहन शक्ति दे, ईश्वर शक्ति दे।
Swatantra Dev Singh ji, according to you, what was the political legacy that he leaves behind? He was someone who followed Ram Manohar Lohia very closely. He was actually someone who took to politics for social justice.
आवाज आ रही है?
जी बोलिए। जी बिल्कुल आ रही है।
क्या है कि हमारा भी संबंध, एक बार मैं आदरणीय नेताजी का, हमारे माननीय कल्याण सिंह का देहांत होने के बाद मैं नेताजी के पास गया था पहली बार मिलने के लिए। वास्तव में आधा घंटा बैठकर उन्होंने चर्चा किया। एक अच्छा जमीन से उठे हुए नेता जिस प्रकार चर्चा करते थे, एक गांव से जुड़े हुए और गांव से लेकर रक्षा मंत्रालय तक उन्होंने दायित्व संभाला और वो वास्तव में सभी लोगों की वो चिंता करते थे, दूसरे दल के भी लोगों की चिंता करते थे और एक अच्छे लीडर थे, मैं ही कह सकता हूँ। और अपने विचारधारा के लिए तो जूझते ही थे, लेकिन वो समाज के भी अन्य लोगों का और अन्य दल के लोग ही जाते थे तो पार्टी से ऊपर उठकर सहयोग करते थे। और वास्तव में ही आज कहूँगा कि लोग दुखी हैं। ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करूँगा कि उनको अपने चरणों में स्थान दे, दुख सहन करने की शक्ति।
जी बिल्कुल। स्वतंत्र देव सिंह जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे रिपब्लिक टीवी में बात करने का। सो ट्रिब्यूट्स एसेंशियली pouring in from across the political spectrum. I think we are also now getting a reaction from Farooq Abdullah on the passing away.
चीफ मिनिस्टर थे,
मिलते थे वहीं पर तस्नात के लिए आपका सेवा रखा जाएगा और सारी पब्लिक आएगी, एक लाइन से देखेंगे और दूसरी गेट से निकल जाएंगे।
फिर इनका नाम था, हम लोगों ने इनका नाम पेश किया। उस वक्त मुसीबत ये हो गई कि फिर यादव में कुछ अनबन हो गई और गुजराल साहब को बनना पड़ा, मगर उसके बाद भी वो खड़े रहे गुजराल साहब को मजबूत करने के लिए, इस वतन को मजबूत करने के लिए और यकजहती को मजबूत करने का। सबसे बड़ी चीज़ तो ये थी, हिंदू, मुस्लिम, सिख, ईसाई, बौद्ध, जितने भी भारत के लोग थे, सबको एक जैसे जो एक माला में परोस कर चलाने की बात करते थे। कभी ये नहीं सोचते थे कि एक ही धर्म जो है वो है, बल्कि हर धर्म की इज्जत करते थे और हर धर्म के लिए लड़ते थे। ये इनकी खासियत थी, बहुत बड़ी खासियत थी इनमें, कि हर वक्त यही सोचते थे कि कैसे ये जो नफ़रतें पैदा हो रही हैं, इन दूरियों को कैसे कम किया जाए, कैसे जोड़ा जाए। वो हर वक्त कहते थे वो परमात्मा तो सबका है, वो किस रंग और किस रूप में आप देखें वो आपकी मर्जी है, मगर जाना उसी के पास है, वो वही मालिक है। ये एक बहुत बड़ी चीज़ थी इनमें। मैं समझता हूँ कि आज भारत का कोई भी नागरिक नहीं होगा जिनके दिल में इनके लिए आज वो अफसोस नहीं होगा कि ये चले गए, इस वक्त चले गए।
सर, उनका जो बेटा जो इस मतलब
अखिलेश,
उनके लिए कोई संदेश?
मैं यही कहूँगा, अखिलेश से भी कहूँगा और समाजवादी से कहूँगा कि उनका रास्ता नहीं छोड़िएगा, उस रास्ते को मजबूत कीजिएगा, कि भारत को मजबूत कीजिएगा, न सिर्फ यूपी को बल्कि भारत के बारे में सोचिएगा कि कैसे हम लोग सब इकट्ठे रह सकें, सब धर्म इकट्ठे रह सकें और हम लोग तरक्की की तरफ चल सकें और न सिर्फ अपने लिए बल्कि सारे दुनिया के लिए एक अच्छा काम कर सकें।
Farooq Abdullah, the chairman of the NC over there, speaking about the period in about 1996 when actually it was Mulayam Singh Yadav whose name actually went in for the Prime Minister's post. Now, that of course was not to be because that was a post by Lalu Prasad Yadav. So it was in 1996 that actually Mulayam Singh Yadav came very, very close to becoming the Prime Minister of the country. He served as the 3-time Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. He was also the Defence Minister of the country, and the defence forces at that point in time did see a lot of modernization that actually took place. A large number of political leaders actually say that he was the man who was responsible for the induction of the Sukhoi into the Indian Armed Forces. But he was someone who at an early age of 15 actually was so inspired by Ram Manohar.
होकर के आएंगे, लेकिन आज दुखद समाचार मिला है। मैं भी इस समाचार से दुखी हूँ और जो उनके परिजन हैं, समर्थक हैं, उन सब को भगवान यह दुख सहन करने की शक्ति प्रदान करे, ऐसी प्रार्थना करता हूँ।
कितनी बड़ी क्षति है?
देखिए, राजनीतिक दृष्टि से तो मैं अगर कहूँ कि एक युग का अंत हुआ है तो गलत नहीं होगा। मुलायम सिंह जी की जो राजनीति थी वो एक अलग प्रकार की राजनीति थी। मैं व्यक्तिगत तौर से तो उनसे बहुत कभी संपर्क में जुड़ा नहीं रहा हूं, लेकिन उनके बारे में जो सुना हूं, जाना हूं, उसमें यही है कि वह राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में जो भी कभी भी कोई भी समस्या लेकर के आया, वो पावर में रहे हैं तो पावर से बाहर रहे तो भी जितनी मदद करने की उनकी क्षमता होती थी वो मदद करने का काम करते थे और राजनीति में रहने वाले के अंदर यह भाव रहना चाहिए। मुलायम सिंह जी ने एक बड़ी लकीर खींचने का काम किया है अपने राजनीतिक जीवन में और वह जो भी राजनीतिक क्षेत्र के माध्यम से समाज और देश की सेवा करते हैं उनके लिए मिसाल बनेंगे।
डिप्टी सीएम
talking about the political legacy that Mulayam Singh Yadav leaves behind. Just to give our viewers a very, very quick update in terms of the sad news that came in this morning. The Samajwadi Party patriarch and the 3-time Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh passed away early this morning. He was 82. He was considered, of course, a very key component of opposition politics, though ill health had forced him out of the limelight on the national stage for the last few years. Now, we are going to dip in and listen into one of the debates where Mulayam Singh Yadav actually participated in 2019.
श्री मुलायम सिंह यादव जी।
मैं मुलायम सिंह यादव जो लोकसभा का सदस्य निर्वाचित हुआ हूँ, ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि मैं वेद द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा तथा जिस पद को मैं ग्रहण करने वाला हूं उसके कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक निर्वहन करूंगा।
Mulayam Singh Yadav in his heyday in the house there, taking oath of office. He, as we've been telling you ever since that sad news came in of the SP patriarchs having passed away this morning, a little after 8 a.m., that he leaves behind a rich legacy of an illustrious political career. The stories of his youth are legend, and of how he used to travel from village to village on his bicycle, speaking to people about his ideology, a follower of Ram Manohar Lohia. And he passed away this morning, and leaving behind a rich legacy of great achievements. 3-time Chief Minister of a state, one of the tallest figures of Uttar Pradesh politics. And today he is no more, Mulayam Singh Yadav, as his contemporaries and those who came much.
मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब की डेथ्स का हम सभी को बहुत गहरा सदमा पहुंचा है। बहुत बड़ा ये एक वाकया है। और मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब ने एज उत्तर प्रदेश चीफ मिनिस्टर जो पूरे स्टेट को तामीर और तरक्की और डेवलपमेंट की राह पर ले गए थे, उनकी इन खिदमात को कभी भुलाया नहीं जा सकता है। और एज अ डिफेंस मिनिस्टर जो उन्होंने मुल्क की खिदमात अंजाम दी हैं, वो भी हमेशा याद रखी जाएंगी। और हम सब से उनका बहुत ही गहरा ताल्लुक़ रहा है, और उन्होंने हमेशा उलमाए कराम की बहुत कदर की है। और मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब जैसा बड़ा सोशलिस्ट लीडर को मुल्क कभी भुला नहीं सकता है। और हम लोग उनके साहबजादे अखिलेश यादव साहब और उनके तमाम फैमिली मेंबर्स और तमाम लोगों के साथ अपनी दिली हमदर्दी का इजहार करते हैं। और उनकी इस डेथ से यकीनी तौर पर मुल्क का एक बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है।
सबसे बड़ी चीज ये कहूंगा कि हमारे बीच में शायद ही कोई ऐसा नेता हो जो जमीन से उठ करके उस ऊंचाई तक पहुंचा, लेकिन जमीन की धड़कन सुनना उसने कभी बंद नहीं किया। उसकी राजनीति का आधार प्रगतिशील लोकोन्मुख राजनीति रहा। मैं अखिलेश जी, पूरा परिवार और उनके चाहने वाले करोड़ों लोगों को ईश्वर शक्ति दे और दिवंगत आत्मा को शांति दे।
The demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav is a great loss to the country in several terms. Mulayam Singh's name will be remembered in the annals of Indian history as a committed fighter in defense of secularism, democracy, and for the rights of the oppressed people. In that struggle, he was 100% committed. He even took the lead for that battle in the Indian heartlands, the North India, the Hindi belts. He played a very significant role. And during the days of Advani's Rath Yatra, the step taken by Mulayam Singh Yadav was remarkable. He was understanding the dangers posed by that Rath Yatra. It really posed a danger.
Well, Mulayam Singh Yadav, of course, had been hospitalized for nearly a month now and was being treated for his various ailments. He passed away earlier this morning. We are now learning that his family, of course, has reached the Medanta hospital, and Harsha is bringing us all the updates from there. So, Harsha, give us a sense of, whether we're expecting a statement from Medanta to come in or not. Also, earlier you were speaking to us about the fact that he will be taken back to Safai. His mortal remains, of course, will be taken back to Safai.
Exactly. Medanta has just shared a statement, an official statement from Medanta has just now, where they have confirmed about the death of Mulayam Singh Yadav in morning at around 8:16 a.m. An official statement has been shared. All the family members from the Yadav clan are already here inside inside Medanta hospital. But we will show you the visuals from outside Medanta because security has been uptight. Security has been made. The security arrangements have been made. The media has been asked to move to his side at huge gatherings of supporters, cadres and workers and leaders from Lucknow to Saifai to Mainpuri, from every part of the Uttar Pradesh have started coming to Medanta hospital as soon as they got the news of Mulayam Singh Yadav no more. We were telling you about the last rites which will take place in Saifai in his hometown. Etawah is the district which place and Saifai is his village where he is born and brought up, from where he started his political career. That is the place where the last rites of Netaji Mulayam Singh Yadav will take place. But first we are getting to know information from the sources of family that first via air ambulance the mortal remains will be taken to Lucknow and the Antim Darshan will be done by all the workers and leaders there in the Lucknow in the Samajwadi Party office, and after that tomorrow the last rites will take place in Saifai. Right now showing you visuals from outside Medanta hospital. We are joined by so many supporters and workers who are here. Sir, आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
हाँ, मैं तो कमलनाथ के शहर छिंदवाड़ा से हूँ, एमपी से
है, फिर भी नेताजी के लिए मेदांता अस्पताल के बाहर?
जी, मेदांता के अस्पताल के बाहर मेरे यहाँ पे एक पेशेंट भी है और मैं जब से यहाँ पे आया हूँ, जब से मतलब नेताजी भी यहाँ पर एडमिट हैं और मैं जितना उनके बारे में जानता हूँ, काफ़ी वो समाज सेवी और गरीबों के लिए काम करने वाले व्यक्ति थे और सारे राजनीति के उसमें भी व्यक्तिगत संबंध उनके सारे लोगों से बहुत अच्छे थे और आज सभी को ये जो क्षति हुई है
We will show you the visuals from Medanta Hospital as leaders have started coming to Medanta Hospital. We were also getting to know that Lalu Prasad Yadav, Tejasvi and Misa are also supposed to come here at Medanta to visit Akhilesh Yadav, because yes, we were telling you that the mortal remains will be taken from Lucknow to Saifai, and the process, the process to take the mortal remains have already been started. The embalming of the body will be done because now the mortal remains has to be kept for 2 days. Therefore, the embalming will be done inside the hospital, and after the proper process, the mortal remains will be taken from here. And now one-on-one, all the leaders have started reaching Medanta. But we will take you here because we are showing you the visuals from outside Medanta Hospital. Get a view of this. Visuals from outside Medanta Hospital, huge gathering of supporters and workers from Samajwadi Party who have gathered here. So these are the visuals from Medanta Hospital, and the last rites will take place in
All right,
Saifai.
Harsha, hold your thoughts for a minute. So crowds over there outside, supporters essentially of the Samajwadi Party, and that is how connected Mulayam Singh Yadav was to grassroots politics. In fact, all the leaders we've essentially spoken to have spoken about how he was a grassroots leader. And let's listen into some of those political leaders whose tributes are now pouring in.
श्री मुलायम सिंह जी का एकाएक निधन का समाचार सुनकर मैं स्वयं बड़ा स्तब्ध रह गया। मुलायम सिंह जी राजनीति के एक जबरदस्त पुरोधा थे और राजनीति में संघर्ष के माध्यम से और अपने सैद्धांतिक पक्ष को मजबूत रखते हुए जो बड़े हैं, मुलायम सिंह का उसमें नंबर 1 पर स्थान रहेगा। मुलायम सिंह जी राजनीतिक दृष्टि से बड़े परिपक्व और जो भी निर्णय लेते थे उसे पूरा करने का प्रयास भी करते थे और जब तक वह पूर्ण नहीं हो जाता था तब तक लगातार संघर्ष करते रहते थे। मुलायम सिंह जी राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में संबंधों पर बहुत ध्यान रखते थे। हर दल के व्यक्ति मुलायम सिंह से संबंधित है। जिससे भी मुलायम सिंह जी का संबंध होता था उसके लिए आउट ऑफ वे जाकर काम करने में संकोच नहीं करते थे।
माननीय नेताजी देश के रक्षा मंत्री के रूप में और कई बार यूपी के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में सेवा करने का काम इन्होंने किया है और आदरणीय नेताजी की पहचान समाजवादी आंदोलन के एक मजबूत योद्धा के रूप में देश में जाना जाता है। पद से बड़ा इनका कद हो गया, लेकिन आज नेताजी मुलायम सिंह जी हम लोग के बीच नहीं हैं। आदरणीय मुलायम सिंह जी डॉक्टर राम लोहिया के विचारधारा को गांव-गांव फैलाने के लिए गली गली घूमते रहे और समाज के अंतिम जन को जगाने में अहम भूमिका देश में अदा करने का काम किया। आदरणीय नेताजी के साथ बरसों का जो है हम लोग का जो है उनका आशीर्वाद मिला, प्यार मिला और उनसे सीखने का काम किए। पार्लियामेंट में भी उनके साथ रहने का मौका मिला। उन्होंने अपनी पुरानी याद कि कैसे हम लोग बचपन से डॉक्टर राम लोहिया के विचारों को लेकर के गांव-गांव में घूमते रहे और विचारों को फैलाते रहे। आज आदरणीय नेताजी नहीं हैं। माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी उनके परिजनों को और देश के करोड़ों लोगों को जो है दुख सहने की ताकत दे, यही ईश्वर से हम कामना करते हैं।
मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का निधन बहुत ही दुखद है। यूपी की राजनीतिक दृष्टि से भी, देश की राजनीति की दृष्टि से भी पूरा यूपी आस में बैठा था कि वो इस समय मेदांता में इलाज करा रहे हैं, जल्द स्वस्थ होकर के आएंगे। लेकिन आज दुखद समाचार मिला है। मैं भी इस समाचार से दुखी हूँ और जो उनके परिजन हैं, समर्थक हैं, उन सब को भगवान यह दुख सहन करने की शक्ति प्रदान करे, ऐसी प्रार्थना करता हूं।
कितनी बड़ी क्षति है। आप भी साथ आओ। और बहू जी के साथ वो फोटो खींचा और उस फोटोग्राफर को कहा कि इसकी बड़ी सी फोटो बनाकर इनको देकर आना। ये कुछ ऐसी यादें हैं जो जीवंत मेरे जीवन में तो रहेंगी, लेकिन लाखों करोड़ों देशवासियों के यादों में भी उनकी स्मृति हमेशा क्षुण्ण रहेगी। एक राजनेता के रूप में, एक अभिभावक के रूप में, एक सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता के रूप में शत शत नमन। बहुत याद आएंगे मुलायम सिंह जी। कैसे याद करते हैं उनको? समाजवादी राजनीतिक युग और जमीन से जुड़ी राजनीति के एक पुरोधा।
Well, Mr. Siddharthnath Singh also joining us on the phone line right now. Mr. Siddharthnath Singh, it's a sad day for Indian politics. We've lost a stalwart who was someone who was so connected to the grassroots. Just looking at his political record, he was an MLA 10 times, an MP 7 times, and, of course, did serve on various seats in terms of the defense minister as well as the 3-time chief minister.
Well, certainly it's a great loss to the nation. And certainly to the UP politics. Very few such leaders are born, and times to come, very few will come to be parallel to Mulayam Singh Yadav ji. And despite our ideological differences, still we all respected in BJP, and the amount of respect certainly our Prime Minister and Amit Shah ji had shown for Mulayam Singh Yadav ji was in itself a sign to all the BJP workers how tall the leader is. And certainly it's not because of the ideologies that the respect was being given. It is because of his stature, his values in what he believed. That's all politics is all about. And certainly Samajwadi Party will not be the same after his demise. But all I can say that we will all miss his guidance from time to time, who's shown the path of how Indian politics of the downtrodden needs to be conducted. And I can only wish well at this hour to Akhilesh Yadav ji and the family.
Absolutely. Mr. Singh, also, he was someone who actually, his politics was about what was best for the nation. He supported different political parties at given points. But one thing that always came through was someone who believed in what was good for the nation. And in that sense, he did rise above political considerations, political ideologies, to do what was good for the nation, or to do what he believed was good for the nation.
Well, certainly he stood for the nation. But at the end of the day, there are ideologies based on that the political parties and the systems do function. But at the heart of heart, the nation always remains. And that is what guided him and his politics. And I do recall his certain speeches, and particularly in, standing up, although being in opposition, but hailing the good work of Modi ji from time to time. So these are good signs of a tall leader. You don't do it. This is something which has been missing in many leaders of today. So, yes, we must learn, and that will be the true, what you call the Shraddhanjali towards Mulayam Singh Yadav.
All right, Mr. Singh, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to cut track on the ground, I think. Right now, we are bringing you visuals of what's happening.
We are showing you the visuals from Medanta Hospital as Home Minister Amit Shah reaches Medanta Hospital. These are the visuals from Medanta Hospital. Just now, Home Minister Amit Shah's cavalcade has reached Medanta Hospital to meet the family members, to meet Akhilesh Yadav. And then as soon as the news of Mulayam Singh Yadav was floated that he is no more, then we saw that the leaders and workers started coming to Medanta. And just now, HM Amit Shah has reached Medanta Hospital to meet the family members, to offer his condolences to the Yadav family as Netaji is no more. At the age of 82, he took his last breath. These are the visuals from Medanta Hospital, and many senior leaders and politicians are expected to reach Medanta Hospital. We were also getting to know that the Lalu Prasad Yadav, son Tejasvi Yadav, and Meesa Bharti, daughter, is also coming to Medanta Hospital to meet Akhilesh Yadav, to meet the family members and offer condolences. So these are the visuals from outside Medanta Hospital, as after the death of Mulayam Singh Yadav, we saw the tweets, the condolences. It started pouring in from the leaders, from the workers, from the BJP senior leaders, and everyone from the political scenario offering their condolences and last tribute to Netaji Mulayam Singh Yadav. And now we are also seeing that so many supporters, leaders and workers have gathered outside Medanta Hospital. We are seeing here the leaders from Uttar Pradesh and from several places have started reaching Medanta Hospital. The security has been made uptight and heightened outside Medanta Hospital as the continuous vehicles and continuous reaching of politicians can be seen here at outside Medanta gate.
Right, as Harsha is of course pointing out, there are several leaders who are now making their way to the Medanta Hospital to pay their condolences to the family. Of course, leaders from across the political spectrum have been speaking out and talking about the legacy that Mulayam Singh Yadav leaves behind.
मैं रामपाल वाल्मीकि प्रधान ग्राम सभा से पिता हूँ और नेताजी के चरणों का सेवक हूँ। हमेशा सेवा की नेताजी के चरणों में। हमें अभी सवेरे अचानक की खबर लगी कि नेताजी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ गई है और करीब 8:20 पर हमें खबर मिली कि नेताजी दुनिया से चले गए। हमारा पूरा क्षेत्र, हमारा पूरा गांव गमगीन है, दुखी है। हमारे प्रभु भगवान श्री कृष्ण का अवतार हम सिंह को मानते थे, आज हमें छोड़कर चले गए।
प्रधान जी, कब तक पार्थिव शरीर आएगा ये यहाँ पे, क्या सूचना है?
अब जैसी समाचार खबर मिली है कि नेताजी शाम तक यहाँ पर आ जाएंगे और जहाँ नेताजी सबसे मिलते थे वहीं पर दर्शनार्थ के लिए आपका शव रखा जाएगा और सारी पब्लिक आएगी, एक लाइन से देखेंगे और दूसरी गेट से निकल जाएंगे।
Joining me on the phone line right now is Mr. Madhukar Jaitley, the former advisor to the government of Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Jaitley, it's a sad day for the country. We've lost a tall political leader, someone who worked across the political divide, and he had a lot of respect for himself across the political spectrum.
Yes. Mulayam Singh Yadav was not only a tall leader of the country, but he was recognized as one of the stalwarts of the socialist movement across the country and also recognized in other parts of the world as well. Mulayam Singh Yadav was elected to the assembly, as all know, in 1967, and since then till now, he only lost one or hardly two elections to the state assembly.
He was not only the founder of the Samajwadi Party, he built the party, he was the secular leader of the state, which I do not think with anybody else will be able to replace in the coming decades.
Right, absolutely. Mr. Jaitley also... Right, Mr. Jaitley, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us. All right. So as several political leaders and several people who worked closely with Mulayam Singh Yadav have been pointing out, he was someone who was an MLA for 10 times. 7 times is the number of times he won from Mainpuri and Azamgarh as an MP. He served as a defense minister. Also someone who was very, very connected to the grassroots level.
समाचार है, विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि उनके चरणों में, नेताजी से प्रार्थना।
सबके प्रिय थे, बहुत लंबा समय उन्होंने देश के लिए राजनीतिक और सामाजिक दोनों दृष्टिकोण से अपना जीवन समर्पित किया। उत्तर प्रदेश और वास्तव में तो पूरे देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। उनका सरल स्वभाव, काफ़ी प्यार करते थे, मुझे भी उनका आशीर्वाद सानिध्य मिलता रहता था। उनके देहांत का हमें सबको बहुत दुख है। भगवान उनकी शांति को, उनकी आत्मा को शांति दे और परिवारजनों को, अखिलेश, डिम्पल, सबको मेरी तरफ से संवेदना कि वो इस बहुत बड़े दुखद घटना को सहन कर सकें। देश के लिए क्षति हुई है और मेरा विश्वास है कि उन्होंने जो काम किया वो वर्षों वर्षों तक याद रखा रहेगा। थैंक यू।
Piyush Goyal over there talking about the legacy that Mulayam Singh Yadav leaves behind, also talking about how connected as a leader and as a socialist he was to the grassroots level, and that essentially is where he got his strength from. Now, there was of course that moment in 2019 where Netaji actually sprung a surprise. He praised Prime Minister Modi and he also spoke of him as being someone he believed would be elected for the next term. Right next to him in those pictures, and we'll play out that soundbite for you. As you can see, is Sonia Gandhi, who's a little taken aback by what he's saying, but that was who Mulayam Singh Yadav was. He was someone who actually was a socialist at heart. He was someone who was always open to political possibilities, and there were of course always mergers and splits that he was working on, but nobody could take away from him the fact that he was someone who represented his constituency again and again. Harsha is continuing to take us through what's happening at the ground over there at Medanta. Harsha, give us a broad view of what's happening there.
Exactly, Nupur, as we are showing you the visuals from outside Medanta Hospital. Lalu Prasad Yadav has already reached Medanta Hospital. HM Amit Shah has entered Medanta Hospital. The politicians, be it from any political party, BJP, BSP, Samajwadi Party, Congress, NCP, any political party, INLT, all the leaders from the political spectrum are now coming at Medanta Hospital to visit and meet the Yadav family, offer their condolences and pay the tribute, because as we are getting to know that the mortal remains from here will be taken straight to his hometown, his village in Saifai, where the last rites will be performed and where the tribute by all the villagers and the people will be given there in Saifai. And we've also got to know that the mortal remains will not go via air ambulance but will be taken via expressway, via Agra Yamuna Expressway. It will be taken through Etawah to Saifai. There the mortal remains will reach Saifai, his hometown, late in the evening, and there the villagers, everyone will come to pay the last respects. We'll ask my camera person Anup to show you the visuals as the gathering outside Medanta Hospital is increasing and increasing as political leaders are continuously reaching here. We are showing you the visuals from outside Medanta as Tejasvi and Misa are already on their way. So to offer the condolences here, the leaders are...
परमात्मा के चरणों में तो होती ही है, जिन्होंने इतना देश के लिए, समाज के लिए काम किया हो,
मैं तो यही दुआ करता हूं कि परिवार को और उनके सभी प्रशंसकों को परमात्मा ये दुख सहने का एक बल बख्शे।
So how do you see former Chief Minister and the former Defence Minister of country, Mulayam Singh Yadav, has passed away?
It's indeed a very saddening and shocking news to hear that Shri Mulayam Singh Yadav ji has passed away, both as the Defence Minister of the country and the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh for long. He's done an excellent service to the cause of the people for all their benefits and the country at large. And the passing away of such a great personality is certainly a loss which is irreparable. And well, I do believe that the ultimate abode of such people who have served the nation is in the feet of the Almighty. But I only appeal and pray that the members of the family, Shri Escalates Yadav ji, and all his admirers all over the country actually are somehow given the necessary strength to bear this irreparable.
मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब की डेथ का हम सभी को बहुत गहरा सदमा पहुंचा है। बहुत बड़ा ये एक वाकया है। और मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब ने एज अ उत्तर प्रदेश चीफ मिनिस्टर जो पूरे स्टेट को तामीर और तरक्की और डेवलपमेंट की राह पर ले गए थे, उनकी इन खिदमात को कभी भुलाया नहीं जा सकता है। और एज अ डिफेंस मिनिस्टर जो उन्होंने मुल्क की खिदमात अंजाम दी हैं, वो भी हमेशा याद रखी जाएंगी। और हम सब से उनका बहुत ही गहरा ताल्लुक़ रहा है और उन्होंने हमेशा उलमाए कराम की बहुत कदर की है। और मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब जैसा बड़ा सोशलिस्ट लीडर को मुल्क कभी भुला नहीं सकता है। और हम लोग उनके साहबजादे अखिलेश यादव साहब और उनके तमाम फैमिली मेंबर्स और तमाम लोगों के साथ अपनी दिली हमदर्दी का इजहार करते हैं। और उनकी इस डेथ से यकीनी तौर पर मुल्क का एक बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है।
सबसे बड़ी चीज ये कहूंगा कि हमारे बीच में शायद ही कोई ऐसा नेता हो जो जमीन से उठ करके उस ऊंचाई तक पहुंचा, लेकिन जमीन की धड़कन सुनना उसने कभी बंद नहीं किया। उसकी राजनीति का आधार प्रगतिशील लोकोन्मुख राजनीति रहा। मैं अखिलेश जी, पूरा परिवार और उनके चाहने वाले करोड़ों लोगों को ईश्वर शक्ति दे और दिवंगत आत्मा को शांति दे।
The demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav is a great loss to the country in several terms. Mulayam Singh's name will be remembered in the annals of Indian history as a committed fighter in defense of secularism, democracy, and for the rights of the oppressed people. In that struggle, he was 100% committed. He even took the lead for that battle in the Indian heartlands, the North India, the Hindi belts. He played a very significant role. And
Right, Mr. Rajgopalan now joining us on the phone line. Mr. Rajgopalan, we have been talking about the political legacy, of course, that he leaves behind. But one thing that, everybody we've spoken to you since this morning has spoken about how he was someone who had respect from the grassroots level and his political credentials actually rose from there.
Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav was a tall leader of Uttar Pradesh and he could exhibit his credentials during his minister as defense affairs in Deve Gowda and Inder Kumar Gujral government. And at the same time, Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav, who is a disciple of Ram Manohar Lohia, Mr. Janeshwar Mishra, Brijbhushan Tiwari, these are all stalwarts of Samajwadi Party, George Fernandez, and also the Socialist Party movement. Praja Socialist, Samyukta Socialist Party movement of 1945, 1950, 1960. These are all certain leaders which Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav adopted the politics from Mr. Chaudhary Charan Singh. So Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise, Mulayam Singh Yadav's passing away is a great loss not only to Uttar Pradesh but also to Mr. Akhilesh Yadav. So things are not that good with Akhilesh Yadav's political party. He was the person who could unite many, but important, madam, I tell you, during UPA regime, it was Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav who supported nuclear deal, but for Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav's support, nuclear deal would not have been passed. And he also pacified the Muslim community that nuclear deal is not against Muslims. In this context, I would like to mention that Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise is a great loss to Uttar Pradesh, and moreover, now the guidance of Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav to Mr. Akhilesh Yadav will be missing. I don't know how Akhilesh Yadav is going to work for the unity of the socialist parties. And second, personally speaking, if you go nearer to Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav, you should be careful with your shoulders, because he had the habit of touching your shoulder and beating your shoulder. That is the affection he has shown to everyone. In Central Hall of Parliament, if he was near to anyone, you can very well say that immediately he can acknowledge your presence and give you a tap on your shoulders. These are all certain personal affections he has exhibited.
Right, Mr. Rajagopalan, when we talk about Mulayam Singh Yadav, they say that he was a fighter, not just in the ring as a wrestler, but also in the political battlefield. Many of this generation do not have any recollection, of his greatness as a politician. But from your memory as a political observer, would you agree with that view that he was a fighter and who showed the way for many others to script a new political history for India?
Of course he was a fighter. Of course he was a fighter. But for his fight, but for his tall leadership, he would not have become the chief minister. He has gone with Madam Mayawati, Mr. Kanshiram. Despite that differences of opinion, there were some problems with Mayawati and Mulayam Singh Yadav. But Mulayam Singh Yadav, as you put it, madam, he is a great fighter. Fighting is a birthright of Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav. That's what he used to say. I will fight and I will win. Every time. Now, if you have gone through the condolence messages of the Prime Minister and President and Vice President, it speaks volumes of that. But for the fighting, he would not have got the Samajwadi Party to the fore and to the ruling party in the Uttar Pradesh, and his ability to control at least 40 to 45 Lok Sabha seats in Uttar Pradesh. Combining all these things, if you put it in one nutshell, Mulayam Singh Yadav is a fighter, is a tall leader, and he has been with the Samajwadi Party for longer years. As I told you earlier, he is the product of Karpuri Thakur, he is the product of Mr. even Ram Manohar Lohia. Samajwadi Party, Mulayam Singh Yadav, George Fernandez were all good friends. But for the policy matters, George Fernandez joined the BJP. At that time, Mulayam Singh Yadav also was heckling Mr. George Fernandez. There were tall leaders. During parliament debate, Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Advani, and Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav, Chandrasekhar, they were all debates are very interesting. I used to hear from the press gallery the arguments which Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav put forth about the Akhand Bharat was also important.
Right. Mr. Rajgopalan, appreciate your speaking to us. Do stay with us. We're cutting across to live breaking news that's coming in right now. Reports are coming in of multiple explosions in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Now, the apparent strikes on the city come 2 days after the only bridge that was linking Russia with occupied Crimea was damaged in a blast. We're going to cut across to pictures that we have now accessed of multiple blasts that are being reported in Kyiv. Now, the timing of this is extremely significant because it is today that the Russian President Vladimir Putin is due to chair a meeting of his Security Council to discuss the explosion on the Crimean bridge. So developments that are coming out of Kyiv right now seem to suggest that there seems to be an escalation in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Pictures on your screen coming to you from Kyiv, multiple blasts being reported. Now, what we heard from the agencies, of course, was that there were 2 blasts reported, but there are other inputs that seem to suggest that there have at least been 3 explosions that have been reported in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Now, this is the first time, of course, that Kyiv has been hit for many months now, and the explosions also appear to be much more central than the Russian strikes that have been earlier in the war. Now, the reports of these 3 explosions, 2 according to some agencies, come in even as there have been reports of overnight attacks in Dnipro as well as Zaporizhzhia. This, of course, comes at the back really of these strikes that came in to the city of occupied Crimea, and the bridge that actually links Crimea to Ukraine was damaged in that strike. Is this a retaliation from the Russian side? We'll have to wait and watch out for that. But do remember that there have been a lot of developments in this war in the past fortnight or so. We, of course, saw the decree of annexation of at least 4 provinces in Ukraine that was signed by the Russian president. There is a Security Council meeting of the Russian president, which is lined up with his closest advisors, I beg your pardon. That also takes place today. And also we have seen the continuous supply of weapons that have come in from the United States as well as Europe. So in that sense, there have been a lot of developments that have taken place back to back in the past fortnight or so. Now, there has also, of course, been a call for reservists to come and join the Russian army. It has been heavily criticized within Russia, of course, but pictures on your screen right now, on the left-hand side, of course, are of this particular bridge that actually was very, very vital in terms of its connection to Crimea. Now, that was destroyed parts of it was destroyed in some targeted strikes, and in response to it, we are now seeing multiple blasts that have been reported in Kyiv. Now, agencies seem to suggest that there have at least been 3 blasts that have been reported. There seem to have been missile strikes, essentially. Air raid sirens have also gone off some time ago. As I've been talking about, this, of course, is the first time that we have seen Kyiv being hit in the many months of war that we have seen between Russia and Ukraine. And that is the significance of what you're seeing on your screens right now. Plumes of smoke, of course, continuing to rise out of areas that have been hit by these airstrikes from the Russian side. Niranjan Narayan-Swamy also joining me right now. Niranjan, tell us more of what we are hearing right now. Some agencies seem to suggest that there have been 3 back-to-back explosions. Others seem to suggest that there are just 2. But also take us through the latest developments.
Well, there are multiple videos. We'll put out the videos on our screen as well. There are about 1, 2, 3, 4 videos that have come in from Kiev. And I'm putting out those videos, one by one. It appears that there's been a missile attack on Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. Multiple missile attacks is what we are hearing. Getting in more information from the Russian media and also the UK media, because each time there's an attack, such an attack, it appears that both sides put out perhaps motivated reports, because none of them will be accurate. Ukraine projecting it as an attack by Russia, and the Russian media also reporting the blast and calling it multiple attacks. But they're calling it multiple explosions, but they're not calling it a missile attack. And we are just looking at pictures right now of different blasts that have taken place in Kiev. Now, the European media and the pro-Ukraine media, if I can call it that, reporting rocket strikes. They're saying it in as many words that this is a rocket strike, and there are some videos also doing the rounds of showing the aftermath of the attack. So we will have to wait. But what I can tell you is that there are pictures and videos showing the destruction. I'd like to put out the multiple videos that are there on your Surface device. There is one video, and there are more videos coming in. Putting out different videos as we have it from different sites. Because what these pictures show you is that there are attacks very close to the presidential office as well, and we are hearing that these were missile attacks. There are some reports suggesting that there are missile attacks, and we're getting an official word that these were cruise missiles. And cruise missiles, on Kiev city center, and we are waiting for more details and more clarity to come in. But there are different videos showing the missile attacks. Ukraine claims most of these attacks were in a residential area. Some videos showing that it may also have been at an official area. So we are keeping a close track. Some of the videos also showing the aftermath of the attack on the city center. Different offices seem to have been also the targets of the strike. So keeping a close track of the situation. We'll come back to this. Back to you for now. We were reporting live on Mulayam Singh's demise. We will go back to that. As and when we have some more information here, we will go across to the pictures from here.
Right. Thank you for that, Niranjan. So pictures on your screen right now are of multiple explosions and blasts that have been reported in Kyiv. Reports seem to suggest that at least there were 2 to 3 blasts that have been reported. This, of course, is the first time that Kyiv has been hit for many months now. Now, these apparent strikes, of course, in Kyiv come only days after the only bridge that linked Russia with the next Crimea was damaged in the blast. Of course, the Russian President Vladimir Putin accused Ukraine of attacking that bridge in an act of terrorism. Now, pictures on your screen are of videos that have emerged of these blasts that have taken place in Kyiv. Certain reports seem to suggest that these were missile attacks, and there have been these reports that have come in of these blasts that took place back to back. So multiple explosions being reported in Kyiv. We're going to continue to bring you the latest on that.
Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Making news this morning, Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he's all set to launch a slew of projects worth about 14,000 crore rupees. Prime Minister will also address gatherings ahead of the State Assembly elections that are due later this year. West Bengal's leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the West Bengal governor demanding urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of Mominpur violence. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Gujarat visit, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has sparked a fresh controversy in a viral video. He has used derogatory language against the Prime Minister. This has triggered a major political storm between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After the EC froze the Shiv Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very, very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's mission superpower.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi parties, sparking big political fight.
To know the news about the demise of Sri Mulayam Singh Yadav. A few days back, I had been to Medanta Hospital in Gurgaon. I spoke to Mr. Akhilesh, Mr. Shivpal. I left the hospital with the hope that you would recover well and come out. Now this is very sad news. He is one of the senior political leaders of the country. I had personal relationship with him at the time of the formation of United Front and United Front government.
You're watching Republic TV. Now it's time for a short break, but on the other side of the break, we will give you all the updates regarding Mulayam Singh Yadav Netaji, who is no more with us. He took his last breath in Gurgaon Medanta Hospital. More updates on what the people in political spectrum have to say about Netaji and about his political career. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break.
निधन हो गया है। मुलायम सिंह यादव जी, उनका जाना देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। मुलायम सिंह जी के साथ मेरा नाता बड़ा विशेष प्रकार का रहा। जब हम दोनों मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मिला करते थे, वे भी और मैं भी दोनों के प्रति एक अपनत्व का भाव अनुभव करते थे। और 2014 में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 14 के चुनाव के लिए मुझे प्रधानमंत्री पद के लिए आशीर्वाद दिए, तो मैंने विपक्ष में भी जो लोग थे जिनसे मेरा पहले से परिचय था, ऐसे कुछ महानुभावों को जो देश के वरिष्ठ राजनेता थे, राजनीतिक रूप से हमारे विरोधी थे, लेकिन उन सबको फोन करके आशीर्वाद लेने का मैंने एक उपक्रम किया था। और मुझे याद है उस दिन मुलायम सिंह जी का वो आशीर्वाद, कुछ सलाह के 2 शब्द, वो आज भी मेरी अमानत है। और मुलायम सिंह जी की विशेषता रही कि 2013 में मुझे उन्होंने जो आशीर्वाद दिया था उसमें कभी भी उतार चढ़ाव नहीं आने दिया। घोर राजनीतिक विरोधी बातें के बीच भी जब 2019 में पार्लियामेंट का आखिरी सत्र था पिछली लोकसभा का, और संसद के अंदर मुलायम सिंह जी जैसे वरिष्ठ नेता उन्होंने खड़े होकर के पार्लियामेंट में जो बात बताई थी वो इस देश के किसी भी राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के जीवन में बहुत बड़ा आशीर्वाद होता है। उन्होंने संसद में खड़े होकर के कहा था, कोई लाग लगापेट के बिना कहा था, राजनीतिक आटा पाटा के खेल के बिना कहा था। उन्होंने कहा था, मोदी जी सबको साथ लेकर के चलते हैं और इसलिए मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि वो 2019 में फिर से चुन करके देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे। कितना बड़ा दिल होगा जो मुझे जब तक जीवित रहे, जब भी मौका मिला, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे। मैं आज आदरणीय मुलायम सिंह जी को गुजरात की इस धरती से, मां नर्मदा के तट से उनको आदरपूर्वक भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं। मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि उनके परिवार, उनके समर्थकों को ये दुख सहने की शक्ति दे। साथियों, इस बार मैं ऐसे समय में भरूच आया हूं जब देश आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। जब भी हम भारत के इतिहास को पढ़ते हैं और भविष्य की बात करते हैं तो भरूच की चर्चा हमेशा गर्व के साथ होती है। इसी धरती ने ऐसी अनेकों संतानों को जन्म दिया है जिन्होंने अपने काम से देश का गौरव बढ़ाया है। जैसे हमारे धरती पुत्र कन्हैयालाल माणेकलाल मुंशी जी, संविधान निर्माण में देश अनेक योगदान को उनको कभी भी भूल नहीं सकता है। सोमनाथ के मंदिर के भव्य निर्माण में
Of course, over there was paying his tributes to Mulayam Singh Yadav, who passed away earlier this morning. The Home Minister, of course, is at the Medanta Hospital with the family.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After the EC froze the Shiv Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tino escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to
the demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav is a great loss to the country in several terms. Mulayam Singh's name will be remembered in the annals of Indian history as a committed fighter in defense of secularism, democracy, and for the rights of the oppressed people. In that struggle, he was 100% committed. He even took the lead for that battle in the Indian heartlands, the North India, the Hindi belts. He played a very significant role.
So we are showing you visuals from outside Medanta Hospital, the visuals that the mortal remains of Mulayam Singh Yadav have left from Medanta Hospital towards Saifai as the route we have been
then Agra Expressway, then through Karhal towards Itawa and Saifai. The mortal remains are just now left from Medanta Hospital. All the other family members, if you talk about Akhilesh Yadav, Dimple Yadav, Panna Yadav,
Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After the EC froze the Shiv Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues, speaking on India's relationship with Australia. The External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party, sparking big political fight. In a tragic incident, a building collapsed near Lahori Gate in the national capital. The incident claimed the life of a 4-year-old, leaving at least 10 people injured. Meanwhile, all the injured have been shifted to hospital for immediate medical treatment.
इसमें एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर, एक मेज़ानाइन फ्लोर और एक फर्स्ट फ्लोर, तो 2 मंजिला इमारत हम कह सकते हैं। तो इस इमारत में बारिश की वजह से पुरानी बिल्डिंग थी, काफ़ी पुरानी थी। आई कैन नॉट असर्टन कितनी पुरानी है, उसका जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी ख़राब हो गई, बिल्डिंग गिर गई। इसमें कई लोगों को चोट आई है, 10 लोग इसमें LNJP में हमने एडमिट किए हैं। उसमें से 1 पर्सन इज़ ब्रॉट डेड, 2 फेटल हो गया। एक बच्ची है 4 साल की खुशी, तो उसकी इसमें जान चली गई है। अभी हम लोगों का रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। NDRF की टीम्स 5 टीमें मौके पे हैं और हम लोग उनको पूरा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी मलबा हटाया जाए और अगर कोई और भी अगर हो सकता है दबा हुआ हो तो
Last year, we were all geared up.
This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower.
Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Making news this morning, Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he's all set to launch a slew of projects worth about 14,000 crore rupees. Prime Minister will also address gatherings ahead of the state assembly elections that are due later this year. West Bengal's leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the West Bengal governor demanding urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of Mominpur violence. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Gujarat visit, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has sparked a fresh controversy in a viral video. The Samajwadi Party Supremo and the 3-time Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Mulayam Singh Yadav, passed away this morning after prolonged illness. The 82-year-old former Defence Minister was admitted to a hospital since August and was shifted to the intensive care unit of the Gurugram-based Medanta Hospital on the 2nd of October. Uttar Pradesh has announced a 3-day mourning period, and Mulayam Singh Yadav will be given a state funeral in Safai. The Prime Minister led political leaders in their tributes towards him.
आज सुबह मैं यहां आ रहा था तो एक दुखद खबर भी मिली। आज मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का निधन हो गया है। मुलायम सिंह यादव जी, उनका जाना देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। मुलायम सिंह जी के साथ मेरा नाता बड़ा विशेष प्रकार का रहा। जब हम दोनों मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मिला करते थे, वे भी और मैं भी दोनों के प्रति एक अपनत्व का भाव अनुभव करते थे। और 2014 में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 14 के चुनाव के लिए मुझे प्रधानमंत्री पद के लिए आशीर्वाद दिए, तो मैंने विपक्ष में भी जो लोग थे जिनसे मेरा पहले से परिचय था, ऐसे कुछ महानुभावों को जो देश के वरिष्ठ राजनेता थे, राजनीतिक रूप से हमारे विरोधी थे, लेकिन उन सबको फोन करके आशीर्वाद लेने का मैंने एक उपक्रम किया था। और मुझे याद है उस दिन मुलायम सिंह जी का वो आशीर्वाद, कुछ सलाह के 2 शब्द, वो आज भी मेरी अमानत है। और मुलायम सिंह जी की विशेषता रही कि 2013 में मुझे उन्होंने जो आशीर्वाद दिया था, उसमें कभी भी उतार चढ़ाव नहीं आने दिया। घोर राजनीतिक विरोधी बातें के बीच भी जब 2019 में पार्लियामेंट का आखिरी सत्र था, पिछली लोकसभा का, और संसद के अंदर मुलायम सिंह जी जैसे वरिष्ठ नेता, उन्होंने खड़े होकर के पार्लियामेंट में जो बात बताई थी, वही देश के किसी भी राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के जीवन में बहुत बड़ा आशीर्वाद होता है। उन्होंने संसद में खड़े होकर के कहा था, कोई लाग लगेट के बिना कहा था, राजनीतिक आटा पाटा के खेल के बिना कहा था। उन्होंने कहा था, मोदी जी सबको साथ लेकर के चलते हैं, और इसलिए मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि वो 2019 में फिर से चुन करके देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे। कितना बड़ा दिल होगा जो मुझे जब तक जीवित रहे, जब भी मौका मिला, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे। मैं आज आदरणीय मुलायम सिंह जी को गुजरात की इस धरती से, मां नर्मदा के तट से उनको आदरपूर्वक भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं। मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि उनके परिवार, उनके समर्थकों को ये दुख सहने की शक्ति दे।
Well, joining me on the phone line right now is Mr. Naveed Siddiqui. He's a former state minister from Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Siddiqui, a sad day for Indian politics. We've lost a stalwart, someone who was so connected to the ground.
It's a very sad day today for all of us, as we have lost Netaji, and no words right now. So, यही मैं कहूंगा कि बिछड़ा कुछ इस तरह से कि हैरान कर गया, बिछड़ा कुछ इस तरह से कि हैरान कर गया, एक शख्स सारे मुल्क को वीरान कर गया। नेताजी एक जाने का एक बहुत बड़ा लॉस, एक बहुत अच्छे इंसान, एक खाली राजनेता नहीं, नॉट ओनली अ पॉलिटिकल लीडर बट अ ग्रेट ह्यूमन बीइंग, and he was like a fatherly figure. He was a fatherly figure to us, all of us, and he was a guardian to all of us. बहुत बड़ा लॉस है, नो वर्ड्स, वी आर ऑल डीपली सैडेंड टुडे, और अल्फाज नहीं है कि उनके बारे में अभी हम कुछ बात कर पाएं, क्योंकि बेहद तकलीफ हम सबको है और देश में सभी को है इस वक्त। जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं और जिस तरह से लोग नेताजी के प्रति अपनी बात रख रहे हैं, अपनी कुछ यादों को अपने शेयर कर रहे हैं, वो एक युग का अंत हो गया है आज, अल्फाज नहीं।
Gee, absolutely. Mr. Siddiqui, I know it's a very sad time for anybody who was connected with him. But if you can talk our viewers through a bit of, his political rise and the fact, that he was, till the very end, a socialist at heart. Mr. Siddiqui? Well, I think we seem to have lost that audio connection with Mr. Siddiqui. But as Mr. Siddiqui was pointing out, of course, it's a great loss for anybody who was connected with him. And as a political leader, India has lost a political leader who had friends across political parties, across the political divide. He was someone who symbolized socialism, of course. He was inspired by Lohiya's politics, and thereafter, of course, he rose to power. Now, just to give you a few facts about Mulayam Singh Yadav, who was actually incarcerated for about 19 months during the emergency, and thereafter he rose to form the Samajwadi Party. He was a 3-term chief minister of Uttar Pradesh, came very close to being chosen as the prime minister when there was a coalition government that was supposed to come to power in 1996, but his name was opposed by certain political parties, and therefore he could not become the prime minister. Was the defense minister for about 2.5 years or so, and during his tenure as defense minister, of course, India got the Sukhois, so that has been an important contribution. Also, what we've seen largely as far as Mulayam Singh Yadav is concerned, he was criticized for the fact that he was criticized for the fact that he was someone who allied and broke his alliances very, very quickly, but he always had national interest at heart.
मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का निधन बहुत ही दुखद है। यूपी की राजनीतिक दृष्टि से भी, देश की राजनीति की दृष्टि से भी पूरा यूपी आस में बैठा था कि वो इस समय मेदांता में इलाज करा रहे हैं, जल्द स्वस्थ होकर के आएंगे, लेकिन आज दुखद समाचार मिला है। मैं भी इस समाचार से दुखी हूं, और जो उनके परिजन हैं, समर्थक हैं, उन सब को भगवान यह दुख सहन करने की शक्ति प्रदान करे, ऐसी प्रार्थना करता हूं।
कितनी बड़ी क्षति है?
आदरणीय मुलायम सिंह यादव जी देश के बड़े नेता थे, उनके निधन से अपूर्व क्षति हुई है। हम सब बहुत ही दुखी हैं, ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उन्हें अपने सी चरणों में स्थान दें, उनके परिवार को, अनुयायियों को, समर्थकों को इस अदम्य पीड़ा को सहने की ताकत दें।
एक कदावर लीडर जिसकी जबरदस्त आज भारत को जरूरत थी। ये लीडर जो लोगों से जुड़ा हुआ था, जमीन से जुड़ा हुआ था, मेरे साथ पार्लियामेंट में बैठता था।
All right, we are also going to cut across to our correspondents on the ground who continue to bring us the latest from Medanta Hospital in Gurugram, where the mortal remains, we understand, will be shifted in a short while from now to Safai. I think Harsha is continuing to report from there. Harsha, what we are hearing right now, of course, is that his mortal remains will be taken to Safai, and the Defence Minister as well as the Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister will be attending the funeral. He will be accorded a state funeral.
Exactly. We are following because just now from Medanta, 10 minutes before, the mortal remains of Netaji Mulayam Singh Yadav has left from Medanta Hospital, has left for Safai, because we are getting to know that via Agra and Yamuna Expressway, the mortal remains is being taken to Etawah, Safai, his hometown, where the last tribute and last rite will take place tomorrow at 3. at 3 p.m. and Akhilesh Yadav, Ram Gopal Yadav, Shivpal Yadav, Dimple Yadav, all the family clan, all the other family members are along with the ambulance straight away going to Saifai, the hometown. We are following the cavalcade of Akhilesh Yadav because we are being told that tomorrow 3 p.m. the last rites will be taken place, and UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh both will be attending funeral. We have also got to know that few BJP MPs, few BJP leaders like SP Singh Baghel and others will also be attending the funeral of Mulayam Singh Yadav in Saifai as the last rites and last tribute for the villagers, leaders and the political party leaders, the people who are related to the political spectrum and have spent a lot of time have admired Netaji's political career, have respected him a lot for his political wisdom in the political scenario. All will be visiting Saifai, and we have also got to know that Tejasvi Yadav and Meesa Bharti, they both can also come to Saifai because they were here in Medanta to pay the last tribute, to pay the
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, his demise was announced by his son Akhilesh Yadav earlier this morning to Twitter. Tributes continue to pour in, and we are going to and we are going to play out those for you in just a bit. But pictures on your screen are of the family now accompanying his mortal remains to Saifai. He, of course, is being accorded a state funeral. We are given to understand that Uttar Pradesh government has announced a 3-day mourning, and also the funeral takes place tomorrow afternoon. The family, of course, his political leaders of the Samajwadi Party also on their way currently to Saifai. Last rites, of course, will be performed tomorrow afternoon at about 3 o'clock. We are told that the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, along with the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister and various other ministers from across the country, as well as state chief ministers, will be attending the funeral of the giant, really, of Indian politics, Mulayam Singh Yadav, who passed away early this morning. He had been suffering from ill health for quite a few years now. He'd been in and out of hospitals. This last stint, of course, began in September, where he was admitted to AIIMS and thereafter, of course, shifted to Medanta. He spent the last week in the ICU, and he was being given treatment over there under a board of doctors who were constantly consulting with doctors from AIIMS as well. However, he could not survive his last bout of illness and passed away early this morning. His son Akhilesh Yadav announced his demise to Twitter early this morning at about 8:30.
माननीय मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का नेता के नाम से सारी दुनिया जानती है, नहीं रहे हम लोग। वो देश भर में समाजवादी आंदोलन को काफी आगे बढ़ाया। डॉक्टर राम मनोहर भैया, जननायक विचारों से और हमारे तो किसी को दे दो ना संबंधी थे। मेरी बेटी में घटना है, हमको ये घटना याद है कि जब हम लोग गए तिलक कराने नेताजी, बिहार भर के जितने लोग गए थे सबके लिए अलग अलग इंतजाम करना, अतिथि सत्कार उनके मन में पूरा भरा हुआ था। हर लोग के लिए अलग अलग इंतजाम नेताजी ने किया था। सबको पूछना, खाए नहीं खाए क्या तकलीफ है। ईश्वर से प्रार्थना, मैंने अखिलेश जी से बात किया, ड्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर जाएंगे, हम चूंकि सिंगापुर जा रहे हैं तो हम लोग भगवान से प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनकी आत्मा को शांति दे। अखिलेश जी और उनके पूरे परिवार को ताकत दें। बड़े भारी आदमी,
आप भी काफी भावुक हो रहे हैं नेताजी।
सुबह समय बिल्कुल।
लालू जी अभी कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
जा रहे हैं, हम लोग का कॉन्फ्रेंस था, वहाँ कॉन्फ्रेंस करके खत्म।
आप अपना स्वास्थ्य का ध्यान रखें और फिलहाल ठीक है।
Well, Lalu Prasad Yadav over there talking about the life and times of Mulayam Singh Yadav. The two, of course, have been closely connected to each other in terms of coalition politics. They have often been allies. They have often been allies and have worked together at the central government as well. Mulayam Singh Yadav, of course, was a 10-time MLA, and in those terms, he was unparalleled. He was a 7-time MP as well, and tributes are continuing to pour in for this stalwart of Indian politics.
Fondly known as Netaji, Mulayam Singh Yadav breathed his last at Gurugram's Medanta Hospital this morning at 8. Support for APJ Abdul Kalam as president. In the final years of his life, the ailing patriarch played a diminishing role in the affairs of the party that he had founded. While UP government has announced a 3-day state mourning, condolences have been pouring in from across the political lines.
प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उन्हें अपने सी चरणों में स्थान दें, उनके परिवार को, अनुयायियों को, समर्थकों को इस असहनीय पीड़ा को सहने की ताकत दें.
It's a great loss for Samajwadi Party. I hope Mr. Escalates will overcome this tragedy and he will move forward.
मैं समझता हूं कि अगर उस तरह का स्तंभ जो गया है आज हमारे बीच से अलविदा कह करके, उस क्षति की बात
All right, we're now cutting across to visuals that we are getting right now of Sukanta Majumdar blocked by the police in Chinrighata in Kolkata. Pictures on your screen are coming to you from Bengal. This is the Bengal BJP chief who's been blocked by the police. We're going to try and go across to our correspondents to get more details, but he's been detained by the police. Well, Mr. Majumdar on the phone line with us. Mr. Majumdar, we are now hearing that you've been detained by the police. Tell us, what happened?
Yes, I have been arrested by the police according to the information I received from them. Now I am at Lal Bazar and they have arrested me, and I was trying to reach that area to talk with the people. Those have been faced atrocities in Mominpur and Iqbalpur area. The police was less active during last 48 hours in Mominpur and those areas, riot-infested areas. But that same police showed proactiveness today, and they blocked the whole Chinrighata junction. And they now, after almost 30 minutes, they have arrested us.
Right, Mr. Majumdar, what are the charges under which they have arrested you, and where are you currently lodged?
See, even we don't know what are the charges. They are saying that they are arrested as we are trying to reach that area. I asked the police whether the 144 is applicable in this area where I am situated now, but they are answerless. And as the 144 is there in the Mominpur Iqbalpur area, they have arrested us. Along with me, ex-IPS R.K. Handa he has been arrested. Our State Secretary Homage has been arrested, and other Karyakartas and the workers of the party leaders, those have been arrested. And presently we are in the Lal Bazar. That is the headquarters of the West Bengal Police.
Right. Also, Mr. Majumdar, why were you protesting? The police says that this was in contravention to Section 144. But tell our viewers, why were you protesting and where exactly were you protesting?
So see, we are trying to reach the riot-infested area, Iqbalpur and Mominpur area for last 48 hours. The people, those are minorities there, that is the Hindus, they face several atrocities and their houses have been attacked. They have been beaten, they are homeless now, and this kind of crucial things have been happening for last 48 hours. We have given enough time to the police that literally police was helpless. Police was helpless in that area, and the police was totally surrendered against the rioters.
Right. So, of course, Mr. Majumdar, as you're pointing out, the police have not been able to give you a concrete reason for this arrest. And there are other leaders also who've been arrested with you, Mr. Majumdar. Can you confirm that for us, please?
Yes, along with me, our State Secretary, Umesh Rai, he has been arrested. Ex-IPS officer, R.K. Handa, he has been arrested. And some other workers, those have been arrested. Now we are all in Lal Bazar, that is the police headquarters of West Bengal.
All right. Mr. Majumdar, thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. So that is the BJP chief of Bengal saying that he has been unjustly detained by the police. He was on his way to protest. I think we've also got Kishale joining us right now from the Bangla newsroom. Kishale, give us more details of what you're hearing. The BJP, of course, over there saying that this is an unjust arrest that has taken place, that they have been detained without being given the proper reasons by the police.
Well, exactly, Nupur. What we saw was that Shukanto Majumdar, state BJP president, was on his way to this particular place called Mominpur, and he was blocked by the police quite away from that place, many kilometers away from that place, in a place called Chingri Ghata, which is quite away, which is quite far from that particular place of incidents. So Shukanto Majumdar's car was blocked by Kolkata police. He was stopped from moving, and then he was detained, as he was also insisting to go to the place where he wanted to. Therefore, the version of Shukanto Majumdar, as he pointed out in our channel right now, that he has been detained, he has been taken away, and several other leaders have also been detained, but he still wants to protest because the incident that happened just before Lakshmi Puja in Mominpur has been still now going. That tension is still there in that particular area, and therefore Shukanto Majumdar personally wanted to visit that area. He wanted to visit the people who were homeless right now, as alleged by BJP, as alleged by Shukanto Majumdar. There's a huge deployment of force in that area as well. Shukanto Majumdar right now has been taken away to Lal Bazar, the police headquarters in Kolkata, and he will be detained there. And later on we will find out whether he still tries to go there again when he is being released. But right now Shukanto Majumdar is detained, and they are blocked by the Kolkata police from entering that whole area of incidents where the tension is still brewing. Nupur.
Now, also give us a sense, Kishale, of what you're hearing from the police. The police, of course, have imposed Section 144 over there. So tell us what the police are saying and how are they justifying this?
Well, Nupur, there has not been any official statement by the police about this whole incident. However, we saw just the day on Lakshmi Puja, that is yesterday morning, there was the night before that day, there was a huge deployment of police force from Kolkata police. Our sources tell us that there might have been some
I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there. Hold your thoughts for a minute. Priyanka Tibrewal on the phone line with us now. Priyanka Tibrewal, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. How do you see this arrest that has been made? Shukanto Majumdar just spoke to us a short while ago. He says he's been detained, and he, of course, calls this unjust.
He has nothing to say on this issue, but just to mourn, because the situation which is there in West Bengal, this has come and aroused only after the incoming of TMC in West Bengal from the past 10 years. Both the communities, be it Muslims or Hindus, we have always celebrated the festivals together. But who has sown this seed of hatred is Mamata Banerjee. She is the one who said that because of Muharram, Durga Puja cannot happen. So this is what is the result. That on the day of Lakshmi Puja, since Nabi Divas was also there, so we have seen that this hatred is coming out. It was never there in Bengal. The only reason and the only person behind this is Mamata Banerjee. Now you see, yesterday night was a fearful night, a frightful night for us. We could not sleep because we were getting continuous phone calls. I was awake till 4 o'clock because the kind of mishap and things which were happening there at Mominpur and Kidarpur. No media was allowed inside. Forget the forces, forget the police. Where were they yesterday? They did not even have the courage to be in the police station because they were bashed out from the police station. These people from this community, they entered the police station. And police ran from the spot. They were not present. People were screaming. Their homes were, ransacked and they were thrown out of their houses. Stones and bombs were being hurled entire night. And today they impose a 144. Did they have the courage to do this yesterday?
Right.
We have seen that Mamata Banerjee also says that, she will dismiss this minister and that minister. The minister in charge of that area is Bobby Hakim.
Right.
Does she have the guts to dismiss him?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Abrewal, thank you very much for joining us. The BJP, of course, alleging high-handedness by not just the police, but also the government in West Bengal. So pictures on your screen right now are of Shukanta Majumdar being detained by the West Bengal police. The detention just happened a while ago and was confirmed by the BJP chief of West Bengal himself to Republic. After the EC froze the Shiv Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very, very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party's, sparking big political fight. In a tragic incident, a building collapsed near Lahori Gate in the national capital. The incident claimed the life of 4-year-old, leaving at least 10 people injured. Meanwhile, all the injured have been shifted to hospital for immediate medical treatment.
इसमें एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर, एक मेज़नाइन फ्लोर और एक फर्स्ट फ्लोर, तो 2 मंजिला इमारत हम कह सकते हैं। तो इस इमारत में बारिश की वजह से पुरानी बिल्डिंग थी, काफ़ी पुरानी थी। आई कैन नॉट असर्टन कितनी पुरानी है, उसका जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी ख़राब हो गई, बिल्डिंग गिर गई। इसमें कई लोगों को चोट आई है। 10 लोग इसमें LNJP में हमने एडमिट किए हैं। उसमें से 1 पर्सन इज़ ब्रॉट डेड, 2 फेटल हो गया। एक बच्ची है 4 साल की खुशी, तो उसकी इसमें जान चली गई है। अभी हम लोगों का रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। NDRF की टीम्स 5 टीमें मौके पे हैं और हम लोग उनको पूरा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी मलबा हटाया जाए और अगर कोई और भी अगर हो सकता है दबा हुआ हो तो
Last year we were all geared up.
This network is proof that every
tragic accident that had taken place in Nashik, that at least 11 passengers as of now have lost their lives.
Fire that has been reported on 12th floor of ground plus 12th floor residential building in Chembur.
The Air Force is celebrating the 90th IFJ.
12:30, after a week-long battle, Samajwadi Party founder Mulayam Singh Yadav passes away at the age of 82 years. India loses one of its tallest socialist icon, tributes pour in from across the country. Bengal BJP chief Sukanta Majumdar blocked and detained in Kolkata. Days after Crimean bridge explosion, multiple blasts reported in the Ukrainian capital Kiev. CBI news tightens Liquorgate. Bonpally Abhishek arrested in Liquorgate. CBI alleges his partner collected bribes on his behest. After a power-packed day one, Prime Minister Modi is set to kick off day two inauguration of mega projects lined up. Thanks for tuning in this Monday afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition. Straight up starting with breaking news coming in from Ukraine, where multiple explosions have been reported in the center of capital Kiev. Now we are being told that multiple explosions have been reported in the central Kiev following the sounds of incoming missiles. Explosions, we are told, were also heard in Lviv, Zhytomyr and Zaporizhia as well. So multiple missile strikes that have been reported in central capital city of Kiev. In fact, President Zelensky also posted on his Telegram account saying, and I quote, on the 229th day, they are trying to destroy us and wipe off the face of the earth. In general, destroy our people who are sleeping at home in Zaporizhia, kill people who go to work in Dnipro and Kiev. In fact, the tweet that has been put out, beg your pardon, that's a Telegram post that has been put out by the Ukrainian president. Multiple visuals also that have surfaced of the missile strikes that have been reported in Ukraine's capital city, Kiev. Remember, this comes after a Russian president called the explosion that happened at the Crimean bridge as a terrorist attack. And just days after that, we have missile attacks that have been reported. Multiple blasts that have been reported in the capital city, Kiev. Kiev's mayor has also tweeted, and I quote, that the capital is under attack from Russian terrorists. So the Ukrainians suspect that the attack was carried out by the Russian forces. And Nivedna also joining us from the Delhi newsroom to give us more updates. Nivedna, what is known so far? We're now getting to know it's not just one blast, multiple blasts that have been reported in the central Kiev.
That's right, Samiksha. What we're understanding so far is that multiple blasts have been reported. On the other hand, we're also understanding that the air alert has been declared across all Ukraine, where the RIA Noskoti citing Ukraine's presidential office. Now, one also has to remember that the multiple, it comes just 2 days after the blast destroyed part of the Russia's Kerch bridge as well. Now, on the other hand, Russian President Putin is set to convene a meeting of the National Security Council and has called the Kerch bridge explosion a terrorist attack carried out by Ukraine. Now, you can also look at those visuals as well, showing currently happened in Central Kiev, and multiple blasts have, of course, been reported in this area.
All right, Nivedna, thank you for getting us all those details. We are now getting to know that an air alert has also been declared across Ukraine. So alerts sounded across Ukraine. This, of course, after multiple blasts that have been reported in central Kiev. We are told 3 explosions have been reported in Kiev, and an air alert that has also been sounded following the multiple blasts that have been reported. We are yet to know if any casualties, if at all, but we're getting to know these are massive explosions to have occurred in central Kiev. In fact, the apparent strikes in Kiev come days after the only bridge linking Russia with annexed Crimea was damaged in a blast. Remember, Russian President Vladimir Putin has accused Ukraine of attacking the bridge in an act of terrorism. So the Russian president calling the attack on the bridge as an act of terrorism and accusing Ukraine of carrying out that attack. Following that, we have another news of the blasts that have been reported in the central city of Kiev. So the latest what you're getting to know